زين.
You have 10 minutes to present. And your chosen chapters are chapter Al-Fil and chapter Quraysh. Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. So I'm going to be, as you said, I'm going to be doing Surah Fil and Surah Quraysh. Many consider these two surahs as a pair because of their common themes and similarities. They both talk about Allah's blessings on the Quraysh tribe. Surah Fil talks about the spiritual blessings, while Surah Quraysh talks about worldly blessings. I'm going to be following the main areas. The reason for revelation, I'm going to be going over the story and main points outlined in the verses. I'm going to be doing a dissection of the key Arabic vocab, and I'm going to be doing a reflection and how I can apply it in my life. So I'm going to start with Surah Fil. The word Surah Fil is the 105th surah in the Quran. Fil means elephant, and it was revealed in Makkah before the Prophet's migration. So why was this surah revealed? Abu Talib asked the Prophet Muhammad if he was sent down for everyone, not just the Arabs and the Quraysh tribe. The Prophet Muhammad replied saying that he was sent down for everyone, including the Romans and the Persians. This is also mentioned in Surah Al-Anbiya, verse 107, where it says, O Prophet, we sent you as a mercy for the whole world. When the Quraysh heard him saying this, they were shocked and said, if the Romans and Persians heard you saying this, they would come and take over our lands and destroy the Kaaba. Therefore, Surah Fil was revealed. أَلَمْ تَرَ كَيْفَ فَعَلَ رَبُّكَ بِأَصْحَابِ الْفِيلِ أَلَمْ نَجْعَلْ كَيْدَهُمْ فِي تَضْلِيلٍ وَأَرْسَلَ عَلَيْهِمْ طَيْرًا أَبَابِيلَ تَرْمِيهِمْ بِحِجَارَةٍ مِّن سِجِّيلٍ فَجَعَلَهُمْ كَأَسْفٍ مَّعْكُولٍ. The first verse starts with Alam Tara, which means have you not seen? This phrase has been said in many times in the Quran, such as in Surah Ibrahim, verse 19, Surah Nur, verse 43, Surah Hajj, verse 18 and 65. And this is used to address the people in general. This story happened decades before the surah was revealed, so this expression is in context. So now I'm going to go over a quick story about the surah. Abraha, who was the governor of Yemen, built a huge church to show his loyalty to the king of Abyssinia. He wanted to make it the center of pilgrimage for all of Arabia. After seeing how the Kaaba was gaining so much attraction and all the pilgrims were going there, he got very jealous. So he decided to destroy the Kaaba. He took thousands of men and even some elephants to tear down the Kaaba. When he reached the outskirts of Makkah, he confiscated some camels and he asked his messenger to find him the chief of Makkah. When Abd al-Muttalib came, he complained about his camels, and Abraha was shocked. He said, I have come to destroy the Kaaba, but you speak of your camels. And Abd al-Muttalib said, the camels belong to me, so I have come for them. The Kaaba belongs to Allah, so He will protect it. The second verse, did He not frustrate their scheme? The word kaydahum here means scheme. And this is, and a cross-reference is Surah Anfal, verse 30. وَمَكَرُوا وَمَكَرَ اللَّهُ وَاللَّهُ مَاكِرِينَ خَيْرُ الْمَاكِرِينَ. They planned and Allah is the best of planners. The third verse, that pelted them with stones of baked clay. The phrase Tayrun Ababil here means flocks of birds, and this is referring to what Allah sent down to destroy the Abraha's army. The fourth verse, that pelted them with stones of baked clay. Each bird had 3 stones, 1 in its beak and 2 in its claws. The fifth verse, leaving them like chewed up straw. The word asf means straw and ma'kul means chewed up. This indicates that his army was grounded and smashed, and this is what happened to Abraha's army. So I'm now going to move on to Surah Al-Quraysh. This is a follow-up to the previous surah, Surah Fil, and it talks about blessings onto the Quraysh tribe. لِإِيلَافِ قُرَيْشٍ إِيلَافِهِمْ رِحْلَةَ الشِّتَاءِ وَالصَّيْفِ فَلْيَعْبُدُوا رَبَّ هَذَا الْبَيْتِ الَّذِي أَطْعَمَهُمْ مِنْ جُوعٍ وَآمَنَهُمْ مِنْ خَوْفٍ. So the first verse, which is for stabilizing and unifying the Quraysh. This is linking to how Allah protected the Quraysh from Abraha and his army. The word ilaf means safety. The second verse, we maintained for them their trading caravans by winter and summer. Makkah was a trading hub in Arabia because of the links that the Kaaba had to Christians and Jews. Not only because of its geographical location, a lot of people from other countries came as a trading hub. The Quraysh also went to Yemen and Syria in the winter and the summer. The third verse, so let them worship the Lord of this house. فَلْيَعْبُدُوا means worship, but it is a command from Allah. This is referring to that after all these blessings, that Allah is commanding the Quraysh tribe to worship Him. The fourth and final verse, who fed them against hunger and secured them from fear. This is referring to how the Quraysh were protected from fear and hunger. This is also ironic because the first verse is talking about safety, while the last is talking about fear. So now I'm going to go into my reflections. My first reflection is how the Kaaba has a special sanctity. Allah protected it from Abraha's army, and He will continue to protect it to this day. My second reflection is that Allah is all-powerful. He defeated Abraha's large, vast army, which had elephants and thousands of men, with birds and pebbles. This ties in with my third reflection of how Allah overcomes tyrants and arrogant people. There are many examples of this in Quran, such as the Thamud tribe. فَدَمْدَمَ عَلَيْهِمْ رَبُّهُمْ بِذَنْبِهِمْ فَسَوَّاهَا. How this is talking about how Allah overcame the Thamud tribe by leveling them into the ground with an earthquake. This shows how weak the oppressors are in the face of Allah. My fourth reflection is that we should always have faith in Allah. Abdul Muttalib had faith in Allah, and Surah Al-Ahzab verse 3 says, and put your faith in Allah, for Allah is sufficient as a trustee of affairs. We should implement this in our life by trusting Allah when in doubt or having problems. My fifth reflection is, what you sow you shall reap. Abraha planned to destroy the Kaaba and tear it down, but his whole army was destroyed instead. We should be kind to others and not even have an evil intention. My sixth reflection is, Allah has given many blessings to us and we must be grateful. The Quraysh were also given many blessings, but most of them did not adhere to them and did not follow Allah. We should always be grateful for parents, food, wealth, and any other blessings we get. Now my seventh and most important reflection is what I believe to be one of the main themes of this surah, which is divine intervention. Surah Fil talks about divine intervention on how Allah protected the Kaaba from Abraha and destroyed his army. There are many examples of divine intervention in the Quran, and I'm going to give a few. The first one is migration to Medina, Prophet's migration. In Surah Al-Anfal, verse 30, it says, remember how the unbelievers plotted against you. They sought to take you captive or kill you or banish you. They devised plans, but Allah too made a plan, and Allah is the best planner. The Prophet Muhammad, with enemies surrounded by his house, managed to exit his house without anybody seeing him. He went into the mountains, and once the enemies realized he had left his house, they followed him there. He entered a cave, and when the enemies saw his footsteps leading into the cave, they believed that he was in there. But when they saw a thick spiderweb and birds' eggs covering the entrance, they concluded that he was not in there, and they carried on searching. This is how Allah has protected Prophet Muhammad. Another example in Quran is the Battle of Badr. In Surah Al-Imran, verse 12 to 13, it talks about how two groups met each other, one righteous and one of unbelievers, and that the unbelievers had twice their number. It talks about how the believers won and defeated the unbelievers. It's also referred to in Al-Imran, verse 122 to 125. Divine intervention was not only for ancient times. If we have firm faith in Allah, He can help us too. One recent example is Operation Eagle Claw in Iran. My main implementation in my life is always to trust Allah, like Abdul Muttalib. Allah gives us a lot of trials in life, and we can sometimes go through hardships. But we should always have faith in Allah, and when we're having hardships, this should strengthen our belief in Him, and we should be praying more. We should still always have faith and become even closer to Allah. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Muhammad. First question. What's the secret behind the pairing of these two chapters?
So they're both linked, as I said before, because of their similar themes and similarities in the verses. They both talk about the Quraysh tribe, and they're also right next to each other in the Quran, 105th chapter and 106th chapter. They have many similarities. They both talk about blessings on the Quraysh and how Allah has protected the Quraysh in a way, which is why which is why many scholars believe that they're grouped together.
Which scholars? Who said that? Who said the ayah? Where did you get that from? Who said it?
I read it in Enlightening Commentary.
What did the Enlightening Commentary say about that?
It said that they both share common themes, that they're both similar surahs, and that these surahs are often paired together.
Okay, good. Second very important question, Muhammad. Can you give me one or two virtues of this verse, this chapter?
Fear or Quraysh?
Of feel, virtues, fadail.
What do you mean by virtues? As in,
Do you know the meaning of virtue?
yeah, but
What's the meaning of virtue?
like characteristics in a way.
Yeah, something good about something, isn't it?
Yeah.
So someone comes to you and say, what's the virtue of reciting La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah? I mean, what's the reward
Yeah.
of reciting it, isn't it? So each and every chapter, each and every verse of the Holy Quran is made up of virtues,
Yeah.
as per the traditions of the Holy Prophet and Ahlul Bayt. And point of departure to any chapter is to unlock the virtues of those chapters. So question, give me at least two virtues of Surah Al-Fil from Ahlul Bayt. Two.
Unfortunately, I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Try, man. In Enlightening Commentary, there are so many, man.
Rewards for reciting it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Habibi. In Enlightening Commentary, Imam Jafar mentioned, if you recite Surah Al-Fil, what you'll get from Allah, you know.
It slipped my mind.
Yeah. So I'm checking Enlightening Commentary here. You mentioned you read it, so
Yeah.
there is, man. Do you remember
No, I don't know.
reciting it in Wajib Namaz? If you recite Alam Tara Kayfa Fa'ala Rabbuka bi Ashab al-Fil.
I remember when it says about wajib namaz, it said something about that you need to recite Fil and Quraysh together.
Yeah, that's jurisprudentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Masail Fiqh, Sayyid
Yeah.
Sistani and all our ulama,
Yeah,
which
I
is
read
true.
that. Yeah.
But then if you recite, what reward do you get?
Yeah, I really can't remember, unfortunately.
The chapters will witness for you of being a good person on the day of Qiyamah. But then on condition that you follow the teachings of that chapter, not just reciting it, yeah? So that's virtue. So virtues are very, very important. Before you go into any commentary of any verse, any chapter, try to appreciate the virtues of those chapters. Third question. Where was this chapter revealed?
So it was revealed in Makkah.
In Makkah.
Yeah.
Why is it Makkah chapter?
So I gave the context for revelation, why it was revealed. That they asked the Prophet, Abu Talib asked the Prophet about if he was for everyone or just Arabs. And
My question. No, reason of revelation, I'm not touching that because you mentioned. What's the main distinction between a chapter revealed in Makkah and the one revealed in Medina? Then we'll go more into the chapter.
So a good amount of the Makkan surahs are, because they're revealed in Makkah, it's towards the Quraysh. So a lot
Towards?
of like the Quraysh tribe or
Also, Allah talking only about Quraysh in Makkah.
not only, but some of them are. I'd say
Like, give an example.
so obviously Fiel Quraysh I'd
Yeah,
say
so the name Quraysh suggests that, isn't
yeah.
it?
I'd say Madani surahs more talk about Islamic rulings.
Not really. Sort of. I don't take this. This I will give you maybe quarter a mark. Give me another distinction between the two.
So because it was before the Prophet's migration, Makkan surahs talk about talking about like, why you should worship Allah. It's talking about the power of Allah.
Okay, and then Medina,
Medina is talking about
the less power of God.
no. It still talks about the power of God, but does it talk about more about stories of Quran and stories of the past as well as Islam?
Any other difference that you think of? This one also, okay. Makkah, Medina. If you look at Surah Al-Fil, and any chapter revealed in Makkah, what one theme do you get out of it?
Allah is trying to convey a message clearly.
Yeah, which message? Which message?
Monotheism.
Monotheism, fantastic. So Makkah talks general to people. Just believe in God. Just believe. That's it. Which salat were they performing in Makkah?
They were worshipping idols.
No. During the time of the Prophet, when he became Prophet, when Quran was revealed. What type of salat were they doing in Makkah?
What do you mean by that?
Salah, you know Salah, namaz?
Yeah.
Were they doing namaz in Makkah or not?
Yeah.
Which namaz? Which namaz? Were they fasting in Makkah?
When the Prophet was...
Yeah.
When the Prophet had become
when he became Prophet.
Declared his prophethood. Once he had convinced people to join Islam,
Yeah.
then he slowly started implementing it.
Yeah, I understand. So which salat, which fasting were they doing in Makkah?
I think at first they just started with monotheism. And then later when he migrated to Medina, he taught the people of Medina how to pray namaz and fasting.
So Makkah is all about just believe.
Yeah.
There is one God.
Yeah.
So the action started in Medina.
Yeah.
Hence you realize most of the chapters of Makkah, it talks general, oh people, oh people, oh people.
Yeah.
Yeah? But in Medina, Allah changed his tone. Oh, you who believe. Look at Surah Al-Fil. Because this is part of the criteria they mention. First, Allah says, lam tara kaifa. That what is it?
So I think mostly in Arabic, is like ana. So I.
Is what?
Alif with a hamza on top is I, isn't it?
Yeah.
Arabic.
Yeah. Meaning what?
As in it's a pronoun.
It means?
Isn't I like alif a pronoun, like alam?
Not really.
Oh no, that's for verbs. Okay.
When someone talks to you and say, is it? Do you? What do you get out of it? But it's very important, Muhammad.
Could you please clarify the question?
Someone comes to you, starts asking you, is it? Isn't it? What is the person trying to put across?
He's trying to convey a message and trying to convince you.
He's trying to bring some sort of understanding.
Yeah.
So this in Arabic is a preposition for understanding. They call it istifham. Alam tara kaifa fa'ala rabbuka bi ashabil fil. Allah wants them to reflect and go back to their senses. That's why he uses the word Yeah. Next question. I've got 2 minutes to go, Habibi.
And then it's my turn.
Then it's your turn. Then it will be Sheikh's turn, inshallah. Next question, Habibi. Who is Najashi?
Najashi.
Tell me about him in relation to this chapter.
name sounds familiar.
Yeah, really familiar. Proper.
There's two people who could be. Was he the general?
I'm not sure. I'm going to give you some names, Habibi, and you need to tell me, then I pass you on to Sheikh Anwar.
Okay.
Otherwise, I will not pass you to him. Because it has to do with the historical background of this, which beautifully you mentioned. One of them is Najashi, you have to tell me. And then Abraha.
So Abraha is the governor of Makkah. He was originally a commander in the army because he was part of Abyssinia. Abyssinia decided to...
Abraha was part of?
Abyssinia.
Who said that?
It was said in enlightening commentary.
Are you sure? Abraha. Who was Abraha?
He served the king.
Could be.
So he served the king, and then him and another general came
Yeah.
to invade Yemen
Uh-huh.
because of religious reasons, and they came to invade Yemen.
Uh-huh.
The general actually became the governor or the king of Yemen first, but because Abraha was jealous,
Lovely.
he decided to kill the general. And
So who is Najashi in relation to Abraha?
Najashi is the general that Abraha killed.
Where was Najashi from?
Also from Abyssinia.
Abyssinia. So Abraha is from Abyssinia also.
Yes.
Really? So what's their relationship with this chapter, Quraysh?
So it's just historical background why Abraha became this, why he did it. He did it mostly, his personality was he was a very jealous and horrible sort of person, always wanted the best of the best. So that historical background is in relation to why he did this, why he wanted to destroy the Kaaba.
Lovely. Najashi, was he good or bad? This is all part of this chapter. Was he good or bad? Was he a good guy or terrible guy?
Well, he did invade another
No, was he a
country.
good or bad, Habibi? That's what I want to know.
I'd say bad.
You sure? What did he do?
So he invaded other countries. Abraha and him were both Christians as well, right?
Yeah, I understand that. But was he good or bad? Something you need to look at. Abraha, was he good or bad?
Oh, Abraha.
No, I'm asking Najashi now because Najashi we are stuck, so I need to go to Abraha.
So Abraha was bad.
Okay, cool. I agree. Najashi, bad or good?
I'd say he was also bad.
Was also bad.
Also bad.
Why?
Because he invaded other countries.
Like which country?
Yemen. He was a general of the army, right? Yeah.
I agree. How many people did he take to?
How many people did he kill?
Soldiers, forces he
So-
took with him.
Was it 70,000?
Fantastic. What lesson have you learned from all this for yourself
For
that
myself.
you're going to implement in your life?
So, as I said before, my main lesson is that I always want to be trusting in Allah, and I always want to, even in hardships, I want to try and get closer to Allah. I'm always like Abdul Muttalib, when 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 Abraha came, he said, I have full trust in Allah. That's why he didn't try and fight or anything here, because he had full trust in Allah. So I want to be like that as well. That's my implementation.
What does it mean to have full trust in Allah?
So I think to have full trust in Allah is when things are out of your control.
Give an example.
So let's say you've done an exam.
I don't want exams.
Okay.
That's common examples I hear. Give me another example in life.
Let's say
As a youth, as a young man,
okay.
give me an example of a challenge in life that you must put your trust in Allah.
Let's say you're in a war.
No. There is no war. This is hypothetical.
Oh. A challenge that I would face.
I need something real.
Something real.
Yeah, I can give an example of myself if you want, but I need your example.
someone's ill.
Okay.
So let's say a family member is ill or injured,
Say you
then
don't have pocket money.
and you don't have any money, yeah,
So what do?
then you can try your hardest to do. So let's say a family member is ill,
Say you don't have money, pocket money for yourself.
pocket money for myself.
Yeah. It's hard sometimes, isn't it, if you don't have.
Yeah. Then you can try and earn your own.
Time. And Quran time, what do?
Then you can try and earn your own money.
No, you can't. The doors are closed. We look at it. You don't have it. You have to go to school. You don't have the pocket money. You can't work. And Salat, Quran, Ibadah, volunteerism, what do? Where does the trust of Allah fit in here?
So even though you might not have any pocket money, you still should have full trust in Allah that Allah will bless you later on in life.
So that's what you're going to do.
Yeah. If you can't work or anything, then you must just have
trust in Him.
Trust in Him. It's all part of His plan.
Okay. Now, Shaitan.
أحسنتم. Surah Al-Quraysh. Sorry, Surah Al-Fil. ألم ترى كيف فعل ربك بأصحاب الفيل. So you mentioned the background behind the story. Abraha gathers all of his soldiers along with elephants. How many elephants were there?
So there's actually many different narrations.
Right.
In the actual surah, it's singular, but many different tafsirs. Some people say there were multiple elephants, while some people say there was only one elephant which Abraha was riding, and that he wanted to use it to destroy and tear down the Kaaba.
Multiple elephants. Did you come across a figure?
So in actual surah, I think it's singular, but I think in other tafsirs, sometimes some people say it's multiple elephants, while some people say it's just one elephant.
So the enlightenment of the Holy Quran, what does he say, the author?
It lined in commentary.
Yeah.
I think that said that some people say multiple, some people say singular. So.
Okay, now Abraha, being the king of Yemen, why does he pick an elephant to invade Mecca?
Sorry?
To invade Mecca. Why does he pick an elephant specifically?
Why does he bring an elephant? So he wanted to bring an elephant to intimidate the Meccans because most of them had not even seen an elephant before.
Uh-huh.
So if he brought this huge beast which they had never seen before, they would be scared, and he could use it to intimidate.
Yeah.
And elephants are also pretty powerful, which he could use to maybe destroy the Kaaba.
So, two things. Number one, an elephant was a very odd animal for the Arabs. They'd never seen one before. Number two, it's huge, it's powerful.
Yeah.
Now he walks towards Mecca, he comes towards the Kaaba. You can imagine the Arabs, they're extremely scared because they've never seen an animal like this before. And then Allah continues the story to say,
The birds came.
The birds came. Now what does that tell you? So we've got two species of animals. And they're very, very different. What does that tell you?
So that tells you that just shows you the power of Allah, that even though you have this massive beast on one side and you have these small birds on the other side, Allah will still always overcome.
Spot on. The disbelievers, in other words, the disbelievers will always rely on something, a blank, that's for you to fill, to dominate, to show power. What do they rely on?
On so in modern day, big weaponry, big machines,
on
big
material
armies,
things.
Material things, yeah.
Material things, yeah. The disbelievers will always rely on materialism to try and dominate and establish power. Whereas the believers, what do?
They rely on spiritual.
They rely on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Abdul Muttalib did that, right? He said, look, this is the house of Allah. It's his responsibility to look after it. And Allah takes care of the situation in the most beautiful ways. He brings the weakest of creatures to destroy
the strongest.
The strongest.
Yeah.
Now what does that tell you?
So that just shows the power of Allah.
It does. But in my everyday life, there's something that I can relate to in this surah that can actually help me this second.
So even you might not be as powerful as other people, but you can still do something.
How? You're there. Just a little bit more.
Even if you're small like a bird, if you rely on Allah,
Ahsant. Ahsant. I can do what I need to do as long as there is faith and there is the relying on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now going back to Samata Sheikh's first question. What was his first question?
I forgot.
He asked about the relationship between Surah Al-Fil and Surah Al-Quraysh.
Yeah.
In your presentation you mentioned something, I wrote it down actually. Li'ilafi, ilaf.
Yeah.
You translated it as?
Safety.
Safety. What do the commentaries say? What do the translations say?
So the commentary on Enlightening Commentary, it said, have you not? Oh wait, no, that's the second one. For stabilizing and unifying the Quraysh, I got a bit stuck with it, so I actually asked a native Arabic speaker to help me to translate the exact word, and he said that this word ilaf means safety.
Do you agree?
Not really. Not really.
Safety, I can understand where that translation came from, but it depends on something very crucial for safety to come about. Now when you look at a community, a society, a safe community, a safe society depends on one thing, for it to be safe. That creates safety.
Trust and unity.
Unity. Ahsad. When there is unity amongst the people, people feel naturally safe. Now going back to the question that Sheikh Noor asked, so what's the relationship between Surah Al-Fil and Surah Al-Quraysh? So we've spoken about the story of Abraha and how he came to attack the Kaaba and how he was destroyed, and then all of a sudden Allah introduces a second surah where he talks about
The blessing of the Quraysh.
not the blessing of Quraysh. Yeah, well, yes. But the first verse, he speaks about the unity that was there,
Yeah.
that brought about safety. So how do you connect the two?
So I'd connect it by Allah protecting the Kaaba. He sort of unified the Quraysh in a way.
Ahsant. Look at the language that's being used. Alam tara kayfa fa'ala rabbuka bi ashabil fil? It's like as if God is saying to the people, the Quraysh of Mecca is like, did you not see it? It happened like 40 years ago. It happened in these lands. You were there alive when it happened to you. Like, have you forgotten? And then from that, we opened up Mecca for you. And then you were able to go towards the north and the south for trade routes and business. Abraha was from where?
Abyssinia.
Yemen, yeah?
Oh yeah, Yemen.
But then Surah Al-Quraysh talks about how the Quraysh used to go to Yemen for trade.
Yeah.
So by removing Abraha, Allah gave financial benefit to the Quraysh, safety to the Quraysh. Can you get why there's a connection between the two?
Yeah.
Yeah? You were attacked, we saved you, and look, these are the effects of you being saved.
Yeah.
Yeah? Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Ahsant. Ahsant. Jazakumullah. I'm done with my line of questionings.
Is it gone?
Huh? Sorry?
Is it gone?
Is it done? It's done. It's done.
Surah Al-Quraysh, you didn't do anything about it. Quraysh.
Yeah.
How do you apply it in your life?
So Quraysh, I talked about the blessings of Allah, and that we should always be grateful for what He gives us. Like even the smallest things He gives us, like the muscles in your eye. I read a story about it. You should always be grateful for every little thing that you have.
So how do you apply that in your life? That's what I'm saying. If I ask that question, I need practical example.
So do a namaz every day, maybe a 2 rakat namaz to show your gratefulness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
And then what other ways of appreciating Allah? I need something practical.
By helping other people, you can show how you appreciate by blessing them through Allah. Let's say you give charity to someone or help at a food bank. That's like you're giving those blessings.
Can you mention some of Allah's blessings in you as Muhammad? And then I will ask you, how do you appreciate that? I need example. Because this Ayatollah Makarim said, when you deal with these verses, you have to ask this particular question.
So blessings that I've received, I'd say living in the UK is a blessing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. apart from the weather, you know, it's a nice place.
Weather is relative, so I won't take it. Weather is relative. Someone will tell you it's a big blessing, someone will tell you something. So it's a relative thing, it's a proportional thing for that. So I won't take it, it's not a fix.
Yeah.
Give me another, okay. So living there is a blessing.
Yeah.
Why is it a blessing?
I think the amount of the standard of education here is very good.
There are so many uneducated people.
In this country.
Yeah. I can take you and show you one day.
People, when you mean uneducated people over, let's say, 25, uneducated.
Even less than that, elderly. There are people who have not.
Elderly, I'd say.
No, I said even lower than 25.
It's still better than a lot of countries, though. A lot of other countries.
I'm not comparing with another country. You said it's a blessing to be here.
Yeah.
Fine. So now qualify that. And you said education. I said there are many uneducated around.
So, from my personal opinion, what I've seen in, let's say, Birmingham, for example, there's, in a lot of countries you have to pay for school no matter what, while in our country, there's public schools for free. Education, you can get up till 18 for free completely, which I think is very good and is a blessing from Allah that we can all strive to become something, no matter where we come from. Even if you don't have any money, you can still go to school.
Okay. So they are the homeless. How do you justify that?
Even though there are homeless people, there are many people in the UK who try and help them. You see food banks everywhere.
Yeah, but not everybody get access to food bank. There are people who cannot keep the heater up the whole night.
So there's a lot of new charities popping up because of this.
But not everybody can go to charity. We need to debate this.
But that's everywhere in the world.
Yeah, I'm not talking of everywhere. You didn't mention everywhere. You mentioned only UK.
Yeah. It's still a blessing.
You can qualify that.
How much more do you want me to qualify?
Because you mentioned only education, and education is relative also. Not everybody is educated.
Okay.
Yeah. Many people who go to the free school, they have to take their children to tuition and they have to pay a lot of money.
I'd say the standard of living is, it's really good. I'd say another blessing is how the UK embraced Muslims, because originally the Muslim population was very small, and as you've seen in Birmingham, it's grown a lot over the past decades. Yeah. And I think that's a blessing that all these jamaats and mosques have been built because of the unity between the Muslims. I think that's really great.
Really?
A blessing.
Really?
Yeah.
This requires proper discussion. But that's good attempt, Muhammad, man. I like your attempt and I like your passion.
What does the surah say?
What does the surah say?
Which one?
The one I'm asking about.
Quraysh.
Yeah.
Without looking at it.
What do you mean, what does the surah say? I don't get it.
The surah highlights two blessings.
Two blessings. So the blessings it talks about is obviously unifying the Quraysh. In the last ayah it talks about fear and hunger.
Fear and hunger.
Protecting them from fear and hunger, yeah.
How are these two blessings? And use the UK to tell me.
So Allah protected the Quraysh from fear and hunger.
Yeah.
Obviously He protected them from Abraha, which is fear.
Yeah.
Hunger by expanding their wealth from not only from the Kaaba, but obviously He let them
So where does the food bank fit in here? Min ju'a. Food bank. At'amahum min ju'a. How do you explain that? That's last thing, and then inshallah you're free to go.
So what do you mean, please?
Yeah, I mean what I meant. You know, hunger is painful, Muhammad. Imam Ali says a person can become a disbeliever because of hunger. Imam Ali says, if hunger is a man, I will kill him. Allah says, Ata'amahum min ju. That's why I ask you blessing in your life. And you beautifully mentioned Yuki, for example. Then I mentioned food bank. So how do you relate all this?
It's a complicated question.
Yeah,
Okay.
cost of living is too high, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's a very complicated question.
Yeah.
But you can answer it through this answer. الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف. Food and security.
So when you have security, when you have unity between people, then most other problems get fixed. Like hunger would also get fixed as well.
So you need food and security.
Food and security, yeah.
So that's what we need to discuss. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah. Inshallah, I'll see you next. Thank you. Thank you. Keep it up, man. Salawat. Now the next one, inshallah, after 1 minute or two. Next person. Next person. Oh, Sally, the brother, the brother. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Your chosen verse for your presentation is Surah Yunus, verse 57. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. يا أيها الناس قد جاءتكم موعظة من ربكم وشفاء لما في الصدور وهدى ورحمة للمؤمنين صدق الله العلي العظيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. So we'll start talking about the preceding and following verses. So the group of these verses talks about the divine mercy which precedes Allah's wrath. It talks about the Day of Judgment and the punishment which will come with it. And it talks about Allah's powers and finishes by talking about Allah's mercy. So my initial thoughts when I first looked at the verse were, it talks about the maw'idah, which can be interpreted as admonition, instruction, or warning and advice in the Quran. The instruction here, which is what I took it as, or admonition, could be referring to multiple things. In my opinion, though, it ties in better with Quran, but it could also mean guides such as prophets or imams. The verse goes on to say, healing for what is in your hearts. Now, I think that while it does say that healing for what is in your hearts, there are two types of healing it can refer to here. So, for example, you have Surah Fatiha, which is known as Surah Al-Shifa, and Ayatul Kursi as well. Both of these are used frequently when someone falls ill as a sense of healing for them. Now, moving on to the spiritual side, which is, I think, more what's referred to here in the Quran. In Surah Rum, that's Surah 30, ayah number 30, it says, all people have fitrah, which is innate belief. Fitrah is essentially, when a child is born, it has with it a natural belief in God. And that can be classed as a physical aspect and also a spiritual aspect. Similarly to the body, that can also fall ill in the sense that it becomes misguided or corrupted. And Allah has described this in the heart in the Quran, in Surah number 74, ayah number 31, as a sickness in the heart which the disbelievers will have. The sickness here disturbs the heart and soul in the form of doubt and suspicion. In the Quran, the Quran contains a cure for the biggest diseases, namely unbelief, hypocrisy, revolt, and misguidance. And that's from a book by Muhammad Taqi Misbah Yazdi, Quran as reflected in the Nahj al-Balagha. The Quran is a cure for doubt as well, because it has many stories and parables that it tells, and in these stories and parables there are many proofs which can dispel that doubt in the heart. And in this way it is a healing for the believers' hearts as well. True believers would know that if they refer to the Quran's knowledge and instructions, it will prove to be the best medical prescription. And again, that's from Quran in the Nahj al-Balagha. In the Nahj al-Balagha itself, in Sermon 157, it says, know that it contains knowledge of what is to come about, stories of the past, cures for your ills. So that can be referenced here as well. And as well in Sermon 189, he says, with a slight variation, it is a cure after which there is no ailment. Now, going back to the verse, it talks about that it is a healing and a guidance and mercy for the believers. So let's touch quickly as to who are the believers. So in Surah Mu'minun, verse 1 to 9, it says that the believers are those who humble themselves in prayer, pay their zakat, guard their chastity, and keep to their word. And another ayah which I recall just now is الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ فِي السَّرَّاءِ وَالضَّرَّاءِ وَالْكَاظِمِينَ الْغَيْظَ وَالْعَافِينَ عَنِ النَّاسِ وَاللَّهُ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. Now, obviously those who control their anger and do all of what was mentioned in that verse are loved by Allah, and therefore they must also be a believer, because those who are loved by Allah are believers. And Allah loves the good doers. In Sermon 87 in the Nahj al-Balagha, it says, when describing a believer, that person, the believer, did everything only for Allah. He has enjoined upon himself to follow justice. He has placed his reins, in the hands of the Quran. That means they use the Quran as a guide, as mentioned in this verse as well. Now, the main topic of this verse, I think, is the mercy for the believers. So, what is this mercy? In Surah Yusuf, verse 111, it says that the Quran is a guidance and mercy for the people who believe. Surah Tawbah, for example, is a surah of repentance, which shows that Allah is a merciful and forgiving God. And to preface, our understanding of God is very limited, and so is our understanding of His mercies and blessings. God's mercy has no limit and is all-inclusive. And He says this in the Quran, "My mercy has encompassed everything," in Surah 7, Ayah 156. Now, a slightly more abstract example of God's mercy around us. So I think 2 days ago, I was watching a documentary, and there was a segment about whales surrounded in a small water hole, and they were surrounded by ice. They were trapped. Now, even for them, there was a mercy in the form of the seasons which came and melted the ice and allowed them to escape to open sea to feed. For us, we just need to open our eyes and look around us, and then we can take in all that is God's mercy. An example of God's mercy is shown in a dua after our daily prayers. And in that dua we say, "O Allah, your forgiveness gives me more hope than my actions. O Allah, indeed your mercy is greater than my sins." The second part of this is particularly apt, as all sins are great, as obviously you are disobeying Allah, who is the greatest. And we can only rely on Allah's mercy. However, Imam Ali has said, "Do not be like him who hopes for bliss without action." So this also means that while Allah's mercy is endless, we can't only rely on that, we must act as well. And the source for these points was a book by Sheikh Muhammad Ali Shamali, and that's Understanding God's Mercy. And one point that I really, really liked from this book was God's mercy as his aim of creation. In the Quran it says, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسِ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. And I have not created jinns or human beings except to worship me. Now someone may ask, how is worshipping someone a mercy? Muhammad Ali Shamali answers this by defining worship as getting to know Allah better. And I don't think anyone can argue against the fact that getting closer to Allah, getting to know Allah isn't beneficial to us and therefore a mercy. One more point that I'd like to add is Allah's mercy also saves you from punishment. An example of this is the mercy shown to Nabi Nuh's son when he was offered to board the ark. He rejected this. He rejected Allah's mercy and chose to trust in a mountain instead of Allah. He chose to trust the created instead of the creator. Likewise, Allah often offers us mercies which can save us from punishment. And it is then on us to rely on Allah and not something or someone else. And I'll conclude my presentation there.
Thank you, Ali. Now we stick to this verse a little bit, which you've just explained. And then if time permits, we can go to the other verses you indicated that you prepared for. This is chapter Yunus, Quran 10, verse 57. I'm going to take you through a journey of this verse and some of the things you mentioned earlier on, just to have a good understanding of what is in your mind regarding this beautiful verse of the Holy Quran. First question is a simple one. Who are the addressees of this verse? Who is Allah addressing? Because that's the first reaction. When you see a verse, now you have to ask yourself, who is he talking to here? Is he talking to all of us? Is he talking about some people? Where do I fit in? What will be your response?
So at the start of the verse, it begins with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Ya ayyuhan nas. So, O mankind. So he's addressing all of mankind in this verse.
Very good. So this is khitab amma, it's a general address. Very good. Now let's move forward. You see, Allah used some very specific terms in this verse. You mentioned them in passing, which are good, but we need to stop there to unlock the secret of this beautiful verse. Yeah? What is the verse talking about in general?
The verse in general is talking about the instruction, which once you look at the instruction and understand it, it will act as a healing, a guidance, and a mercy.
Okay. Now, where do you get the word instruction from?
So in the Quran, the
No,
word,
no, looking at the verse only, don't go far. I will take you to the other verses you mentioned, but
looking at the
now
verse,
we focus.
Maw'idah.
Ahsant, maw'adha. Is there any other terminology for this word, maw'adha?
Admonition.
Eh?
Admonition.
Admonition, that's translation, yeah. So was, for example. That's Arabic, so not to go too much there. But if you have chance, you need to learn Arabic, yeah?
Inshallah.
Instruction referring to what? Maw'idhatun min rabbikum. So Allah is talking of an instruction here. And the thing is, when you look at the way the wording is, Allah is not saying qad ja'atkumul maw'idha. There is no alif lam in front of that maw'idha. If alif and lam come in front of it, is something else. Yeah, it will be the instruction. The instruction. But Allah is talking under general. Maw'idhatun, that tanween, the dhammatain. Yeah, it's general. What is this instruction? This is very important, Ali. It's crucial in understanding this verse.
So I mentioned in the start, the maw'idatun
No.
could refer to the Quran,
Okay.
which is what I took it as.
Okay.
It could refer to the Prophet or Imams, or it could refer to the other books of guidance.
Okay, now let's stop there. Do you go with Quran or you go with Prophet or Imams? Which one are you more convinced about?
I'm more convinced it's referring to the Quran in this case.
Where did you get that from? And how do you qualify it?
It talks about the instructions being a healing, a guidance, and a warning. So it has to fulfill all three of those criteria. The Quran, through cross-references, says it is a healing. So it says
Which
that,
cross-reference? Which one?
in Surah 17, verse 82, it
Isra,
says,
yeah.
the Quran is a cure and a mercy for the believers.
It's a cure.
Cure,
Yeah.
which can be interpreted, it says shifa in that verse, so it can be interpreted as a healing as well.
Okay.
It is a guidance, and it says that quite a lot in the Quran, hudan lil alameen, and it's a mercy, so rahmah is scattered throughout the Quran.
So now, this instruction, Ali, example of it is Quran, or it refers to the Holy Quran, as you just explained. What is the meaning of a maw'izah? I don't want the translation instruction. Somebody comes to you, because it's very important. What is the meaning of maw'izah? Yes, it refers to Quran, as per the verses you mentioned excellently. But what is this maw'izah?
He nicked my question.
I think that the
Yeah.
instruction, so in the Quran it says, sorry, 1 minute. Let me see if I have a cross-reference for this. So I think it ties in again with Surah Mu'minun.
Okay.
It tells you the akhlaq, the moral behaviors and etiquettes, and what the qualities of a believer. So I think it ties in with the instructions of how to go about life and just everything in general. I think there was a hadith or something that Imam Baqir has said, and he says, yes, now I remember, he says, whatever is needed by the ummah, it is documented in the Quran.
Yeah.
So And it's a guidance for anything and everything.
I agree it's a guidance, but this maw'idha is what? Somebody comes to Ali, I want to offer you maw'idha. I want to offer you maw'idha. Although literally really it's not instruction per se. Huh? It is used loosely really, the instruction, which is okay. But I want to give you some maw'idha, some consolation. You know, some admonition you mentioned, for example, some advice, for example. From the Quranic perspective, yes, it means Quran, but it means something. It has a definition. And this definition can be found in the traditions of Ahl al-Bayt, and even some verses of the Holy Quran. It offers you what? Blessings.
Okay.
And something that can impact your soul positively. That's ma''idha. So you can come to me and say, Sheikh, I want to offer you ma''idha. Meaning you're going to provide me with some blessings, something that can have positive impact on my soul.
Okay.
Next one, Ali. I'm checking the time. Shifa'ul lima fi sudur. What's the translation of that?
Healing for what is in the heart.
Give me examples of what is in the heart from the traditions of Ahl al-Bayt and Quran. What is that Quran heals? Did you go direct traditions of Ahl al-Bayt? And the books you prepared to come in mention all this.
In the Quran, Surah 74 verse 31, it talks about it being a sickness in the heart.
So give me examples of the sicknesses in the heart.
So I suppose you can tie it in with Jami al-Sadat maybe.
Okay, what does Jami Sadat say?
So it says that you have your...
What is Jami Sadat to begin with?
It is a book by Muhammad Mahdi Naraqi. It's essentially the akhlaq guidelines.
It's a mystical book, yeah.
Yes. It talks about the 4 vices of the soul.
Yeah.
Intellect, anger.
But these are not sicknesses of the soul.
Yes. Now, he mentions there are 4 vices, and each one can be an excess or deficit.
True. Potentially.
Potentially. And they can lead to different illnesses.
So give me the illnesses. Because the ayah is talking of Quran is cure for what is in the heart.
Yeah.
So I need to know what are the things in the heart the Holy Quran cures.
So let's take al-quwa al-aqaliyya, so that's intellect.
The power of intellect, al-quwa, mashallah.
So if you take the deficit of intellect, you get ignorance. And ignorance can be countered by the, as I said, parables and stories and all of the knowledge which is contained within the Quran. And that can...
So one example is ignorance, fine. Give me other examples.
An excess of anger.
Excess of anger, so anger, fine. Give me example. There are some specific examples that you can get from the traditions.
Ali, I'll tell you one thing. You've actually, you've answered that question as part of your presentation.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was the question again?
Sicknesses of the heart, bro.
Sicknesses of the heart.
Ali Master.
Unbelief, hypocrisy, revolt, and misguidance.
So that's from Najul Balaga, you mentioned. Shifa'un min akbar da, Imam Ali said. Beautifully.
It being the...
It's cure for the greatness.
So it's 4 things. 1.
You mentioned them.
Unbelief, hypocrisy,
and
revolt, and misguidance.
Yeah.
Misguidance. So that's Imam Ali mentioned. There are others also. Envy.
Sorry?
Envy.
Envy and...
Hasad.
Hasad, yeah.
It's a sickness of the heart. Hatred is also another one. And then, of course, the rest you mentioned. So you need to always go back to what you mentioned during question and answer. So that will tell us, you've done what. Now look at the verse. There are so much in this verse. Look at the verse.
My turn now.
Yeah, so I've got 1 minute and then I come to you, inshallah. I've got like 5 other questions, but no problem. Look at the verse, Ali. I just want you to focus on the verse only, don't go anywhere. You see, this verse, Aliyah, provide us with stages of divine upbringing, divine nurturing. How many stages are there? You know, divine upbringing, divine nurturing. Allah give us nurturing, He nurture us. Tarbiyah. You start in Tarbiyah. Okay, now you are graduate, so no Tarbiyah. MC, Tarbiyah, MC. You see, your parent, they brought you up, isn't it? Through different stages. There was a stage when you were like a month old. 1 year, 2 years, now mashallah, you are going to uni, Habibi. You are a man now, man and a half. So now, Allah in this ayah also outlined stages of upbringing. But this upbringing is for perfection. Just look at the verse and tell me, and then I'm done.
So I think in this verse, the stages.
How many are there?
Oh, okay. I think I understand. So
how many first?
3.
Okay, you are saying 3. I may disagree with you, but let's go.
So I think the first stage is healing. So that is cleansing yourself of what's impure.
Okay, that's
and
1.
Cleansing the soul.
1.
The next one is guidance. So that's
2.
Guidance getting closer to Allah. And then I think that the next one is mercy.
Okay, now I want you to look at the verse. Begin with the verse, quote the verse, tell me. I will challenge you and say there are more than 3.
Okay. Do you want me to read the translation?
Yeah.
O mankind.
But one after the other and tell me the stages.
I don't understand, sorry.
One after the other, as you read the verse,
Yeah.
you tell me this is stage
Okay.
1, this is stage 2, this
O
is stage.
mankind, there has come to you instruction from your Lord. And
So
healing.
stop there. What's the first stage?
Instruction.
Fantastic. Maw'idah.
Okay.
Maw'idah. Allah is giving you maw'idah. That maw'idah came from Him. It's what? Nurturing and upbringing you to achieve perfection. That's number 1. Number 2?
Healing.
Ahsantum. Cleansing the soul. Here we are not talking of physical healing. We are talking of spiritual mystical healing. Cleansing your soul. So first, this is the system I've given you. Maw'idah. That's the system. But you cannot just keep the system with you without doing anything about it. Next stage is what? Maw'idah. Use the system.
To heal.
Ahsantum. Number 3, Habibi Ali.
Guidance.
Fantastic. So you've got a system. Now you are using the system to remove the sicknesses of your heart. Now what do? Take it as a guide in going forward. Don't ignore it. Don't say, I'm done now with it. And then the last one, Habibi.
Embracing the mercies.
Fantastic. Getting closer to Allah. So there are 4 major stages. Ahsantum. Now,
Bismillah.
Ahsantum. Going back to the word maw'idah,
now you see.
you used a word that I disagree with.
Okay.
What does it say? Instruction.
Yes.
What does that mean? Instruction. Maw'idah.
Guidance.
Instruction. No, I disagree with it. What's nasiha?
Nasir. Not sure.
Nasihat. It's
Never
in
heard
Urdu
of
as
it.
well, isn't it? It's in Urdu as well, yeah?
I don't speak Urdu.
Gujarati.
Bit.
Nasiha is advice.
Advice, okay.
Maw'idah is advice as well. So you've got 2 words in Arabic that mean advice. Maw'idah is not instruction, but it's advice. But advice with what? With regards to what specifically?
Spiritualism.
Spirituality. You see, that's where the difference is between maw'idah and nasiha. Nasiha is you want to go to uni, for example, and you ask me, oh, what course can I do? That's not a spiritual advice. That's more of a professional advice. That's
Okay.
nasiha.
That's nasir.
Maw'idah is when, you come for Jum'ah, usikum ibadallahi wa iyaya bitaqwa Allah. Anything that has to do with taqwa, religious affairs, that is seen as mu'idha. So that translation, I don't like that translation, I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
It means advice on a spiritual level. Yeah, now look, you're becoming much more precise when you're dealing and engaging with ayats of the Holy Quran, or even words with of the Holy Quran. All right, so mu'idha is in reference to
Advice.
what type of advice?
Spiritual
advice. Be on point. Now, here Allah is explaining that, look, if a person was to engage with the Holy Quran, there are certain processes that have to take place for him to be. You lost me there, yeah?
For him to get the full spiritual advice.
What did I say?
There are certain stages or things that have to take place.
For
Him to
be
healed, cleansed,
successful.
Okay.
Yeah? What are these 4 stages?
Instruction, healing, guidance, mercy.
Instruction, again.
Okay, spiritual advice.
Spiritual advice. Number 2?
Healing,
Healing. Number 3?
guidance,
Guidance. Number 4?
understanding, mercy.
Mercy. A person has to go through the process of being advised first. He needs to be introduced to the truth. Then he has to take on the responsibility to do what?
Heal.
Cleanse himself. What's the ayah of the Quran? يُزَكِّيهِمْ وَيُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابِ. Yeah? The Prophet had to first cleanse the people and then teach them the book. It's the same principle here in this verse. You see the truth, now you're cleansing yourself. Stage 3,
Guidance,
you follow the truth. And the 4th is,
mercy.
you now receive the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yeah?
Yep.
Now here's a question. Now when you think about this, does this mean that anyone who engages with the Quran will be cured and ultimately receive the mercy of Allah?
So the ayah in question finishes by saying lil mu'mineen, for the believers. So I think that refers to the believers.
Said. But my question is a bit more general than that. If a person was to read the Quran, for example, and we have this, yes, when a person reads the Quran, هو شفاء لما في الصدور. Right? If a person reads the Holy Quran, can there be any adverse effects
Can there be adverse effects to them reading the Quran?
from reading the Quran? Or is it the case that anyone who reads the Quran, they are recipients of positivity?
Let me see if I can just find a ayah quickly. Yeah. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وننزل من القرآن ما هو شفاء ورحمة للمؤمنين ولا يزيد
If you continue,
رحمة للمؤمنين ولا يزيد الظالمين إلا خسارة.
Said. So what does that verse tell you? That last part of the verse, what does it tell you?
And it adds only to the perdition of the unjust or something along those lines. I'm not quite sure what the last word means. I can't remember.
There's a verse in the Holy Quran, in Surah Al-Zumar, verse number 22. فَوَيْلٌ لِلْقَاسِيَةِ قُلُوبُهُمْ مِنْ ذِكْرِ اللَّهِ. So there are certain individuals, they will go through the process of them hardening their hearts. They will develop qaswat al-qalb, min dhikr Allah, from the remembrance of God. How is that even possible?
I think you can use an analogy here to
So
describe
it's going back to what you just, the verse that you pointed out, yeah? The zalimeen, through their engagement of the Holy Quran, they will be at loss. But they're engaging with the Quran, which is shifa'ul lima fi sudur.
So One way I think I can look at this is using an analogy. So take rain, for example. While rain grows flowers, it can also grow weeds and thorny bushes. Another example you can use is taking the Quran out of context. So perhaps they may be reading the Quran, but they may be reading it out of context and not able to benefit entirely, or possibly something along those lines.
Out of context? You're right, you're absolutely right. But out of context?
Maybe that's not the right words. Maybe they're only taking parts of a verse and suiting it to their needs.
Beyond that. Beyond that.
Maybe they are...
You're not wrong, by the way. What you've done is you've given me a specific example. I'm not looking for a specific example. I'm looking for something general.
Perhaps they're reading it, but they're only reading it. They're not looking at the understanding and the workings of it. And that way they can't benefit from it.
Not really.
Not really, no.
No.
Okay.
They're reading it, they're engaging with it.
Mhm.
It's just that it's done
With bad intention?
with the wrong intentions, with ill intentions. And we have that we have a lot of them today, nowadays especially. Yeah, the anti-Muslim rhetoric. We need to bring the Islam down. So what do they do? The first thing
They
they
look
do
for
is they turn
holes.
to the Quran. They look for holes within the whole Quran. So they're engaging with the Quran, but they're doing it with
Bad
ill
intentions,
intentions. And everything, it just falls on top of them.
And maybe you can even tie into riyah here.
Sorry?
Maybe you can tie into riyah here as well.
Yeah. And all the spiritual vices that are associated with it. I said, one final question and I'm done,
And then
inshallah.
after that, I have one question, then we're done.
Okay, I said, in Surah, you've prepared a verse, yeah? 1689, Surah number 16, verse 89. Where Allah talks about, let me just bring up the verse. When he speaks about the Quran, he says that the Quran is tibyanun. No?
Surah Yunus.
No.
تبيانا لكل شيء.
Yeah, it's Surah Al-Nahl.
Oh, Nahl 89, I think. Yeah.
ويوم نبعث في كل أمة شهيدا عليهم من أنفسهم. That's a wonderful discussion. Yeah? وجئنا بك شهيدا على هؤلاء ونزلنا عليك الكتاب تبيانا لكل شيء. You've prepped for that, yeah?
Yeah,
Or a bit.
a bit.
What's the meaning of تبيانا لكل شيء? Now this is Allah's
An
way of
explanation
explaining.
of all things.
So the ayah is saying that the Quran is an explanation for
All things.
all things. But is that really true?
Yes.
How?
It's Imam Bakr said, whatever is needed by the Ummah is documented inside the Quran.
Okay. So this is the Quran is there in front of me.
Yeah.
There are many things that the Quran doesn't talk about.
Okay, sure. Science, go on. In the Quran, science is mentioned a lot. In the Quran, I'm not sure of the exact ayah, but it does talk about there are two seas, and which are split, but they're joined at the same time. That's a scientific miracle, or well, it's not a miracle, but take that back. It's science in the Quran. What else? Maths, economics. It talks about the akhlaq of dealing with money.
Think of it this way. The Quran, how many verses are there in the Quran? About roughly 6,600 maybe?
Yeah.
Give or take, yeah? Can you imagine that everything is spoken of in 6,600 verses? Does it make sense?
In the hidden meanings, it could imply that everything is disclosed in the Quran.
What's the meaning of tibyan? Do you know what the root of tibyan is?
No.
Other root words are also used, derivations are used in the Holy Quran. إِنَّهُ لَقُرْآنٌ.
Kareem?
I had Mubin in mind.
قرآن كريم
كريم
في كتاب مكنون سورة
في
الواقعة.
كتاب مكنون. Yes, أحسنت. مبين, for example.
Okay.
تبيانا, مبين. Yeah?
Yeah.
Mubin, Tibyan, it means that everything is clear within the Quran. It's manifest, its knowledge is just known. But the question is, Allah is now making a statement here that the Quran is Tibyanan li kulli shay. Everything is clarified within the Holy Quran. But that's not possible because there are only 6,600 verses.
I'm not entirely sure, and this is just a reach into the dark, but perhaps it could be talking about Lawh al-Mahfuz, so the tablet, or the original.
If I have no relationship with Islam and I come across this verse, and the Quran is claiming itself to be a clarifier for all things, I say, well, hold on a second, that's not really true because the Quran doesn't talk about so many different issues.
Could you read the Arabic after all things? What does it say after that? Because it says guide. I want to just see what word they use for that.
وَهُدًى
Hudan.
وَرَحْمَةً وَبُشْرَى لِلْمُسْلِمِينَ.
So I think maybe because it's talking about Muslimin here, it may be referring to spiritual, an explanation of all things spiritual and guide for spiritual things here in this verse.
I like your approach, but there's a better approach. Does the Quran need to have, or does the Quran take on the responsibility of explaining everything?
The hidden meanings.
Forget the hidden meanings. We're talking about the apparent verses.
It's up to
The
us to
Quran,
understand
does it
then.
claim itself to be, for example, does it say that I will now take on the responsibility to explain everything that that exists?
No.
No. The Quran, what it does, the Quran has a methodology. What it does is it hints towards certain things. It provides principles. But then it's up to us to take that principle and expand on it. And find many different examples that fit within that principle.
Yeah.
Now, one of the ways of doing that is not referring to the Quran, but referring to,
Hadith and external sources.
i.e.,
Nahwu al-Balagha.
no. Go
world?
back. Go step back. You took like three steps before saying that. This is going back to that prophetic tradition, that very famous prophetic tradition.
Oh, the Quran and the Ahlul Bayt.
Ahlul Bayt. You said the Quran is not sufficient.
Okay.
Yeah? It has to be alongside,
The Ahlul Bayt.
and
yeah.
the Ahlul Bayt have to be alongside the Quran. So when the Quran says that it's a clarifier for all things, you're right, there are different levels to the understanding and interpretation to the Quran. The meanings of everything is there locked within the verses, but we don't have access to that. And the keys to that
The Ahlul Bayt.
are the Ahlul Bayt. Only when the Ahlul Bayt exist alongside the Quran can the Quran be tibyanan li kulli shay.
Yeah.
Yeah? Ahsant.
Lastly, because now time is gone. Ali.
That same verse Sheikh has just asked you. If you look at the verse clearly explains why Quran in different stages. Meaning the roles of Quran
Yes.
in our lives. And the verse at least mentioned not less than 4 roles of Quran.
In Surah Nahl.
Yeah, in the verse that Sheikh has just asked you, yeah? Nahal. Just tell me quickly, and I ask you, how do you apply those in your life? And we are done.
Yep.
Number 1.
So, it is an explanation for all things.
Tibyanan li kulli shay. Excellent.
So-
Number 2.
Number 2, a guide.
Fantastic is a guide. Number 3,
Mercy.
mercy. Number 4,
Good news.
4,
Those who believe. Muslimin.
for Muslimin. Sometimes say mu'minin, sometimes say this is a Muslimin, but I don't want to prompt you there. Then what's the meaning that is good news for Muslimin, not for mu'minin? These are the 4 guidance or the 4 rules of Quran. Now, Ali, what have you learned from this practical lesson? I need something practical which is related to you.
Yeah. So I think one thing that I liked was the mercies. And I think reflecting on the mercies that you've been given is a really good thing to do. So I think one thing that I want to try and do is reflect on the mercies given to me, maybe on a weekly basis.
MashaAllah.
So I think one thing that I really liked was Dua Arafah. It ties in really, really well with this ayah. It talks about the human anatomy, like in really in depth, quite in depth.
Explain that to me a bit.
It talks about things like the cord of the aorta,
Yeah.
the liver, the cartilages of ribs
Yes,
and
Abu
nerves.
Abdullah.
Yes, and it also says then, which of your gifts can I thank properly? They're too numerous to be counted.
فبأي
And it says, كل ذلك إكمال نعم.
لنعمه
Yeah.
Abu Abdullah salamullah alayhi.
And these is like talking about all of the mercies and the gifts that Allah has given to you. And I think it's really important that you take time to reflect on them. And I think that's something.
Give
that
an
I
example of Allah's mercy in your life.
My body, healthy.
Another example.
Me being here right now, being able to do this tafsir competition.
What makes it mercy?
This can be seen as worship of Allah, and that's getting closer to Allah, and in the end that's the greatest mercy.
So what is your goal when it comes to the mercy of Allah in life?
The goal is to get closer to Allah.
What are you going to do practically to get closer to Allah?
Practically reflect on the mercies He's given and be grateful for them to try and get closer.
Give me a practical example of what you're going to do after reflection. Because reflection is an intellectual exercise. That has to be translated into
implement
action.
those reflections
Yeah.
in then my daily life.
Okay, give an example of that. One.
So for example, knowledge.
Okay.
If I've been given some knowledge on anything, I reflect and I think that this knowledge is a blessing and mercy from Allah, then it becomes my duty to help share that knowledge. And
Lovely.
that's one way you can implement the gratefulness and the gratefulness of having that blessing and mercy.
Has Quran ever touched you?
Yes?
You sure?
Yeah?
How?
Just doing these tafsir competitions, I really enjoy it, and I think that's one way.
How did it touch you? And how did it change you?
It let me start looking more deeper into the actual verses and what the Quran actually means and what it's alluding to. And I
Has
think
it
that
changed
is
your
one
life?
form of knowledge. I would say so, yeah.
In what way?
Like, obviously, for example, the first ayah I talked about, which was the one talking about it being a healing. Obviously, now that you fully understand that how it is a healing for your heart, and it's both physical and spiritual, it's used a lot more frequently. So Surah Yasin, Surah Fatiha, Surah Shafa.
Surah Yasin, what happened?
As for marhumin.
Oh yeah, lovely.
Then Ayat al-Kursi as well. All of these are recited a lot more frequently now that we have that more in-depth understanding of it being a healing spiritually and physically.
Ahsant. You done, Ali. I will see you in the next competition, inshallah. Salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Ahsant. Well done.
Thank you.
Next person will come next in the next 2 minutes, inshallah.
I hope he's doing well.
They cooked. There's people who want to watch you more and more. Mashallah, thank you so much. Allah accept you.
next 2 minutes. So, just 2 minutes, then you come.
أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر ولله الحمد الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله اللهم صل أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله وصل على محمد أشهد أن عليا حجة الله اللهم صل على محمد حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل وحي على خير العمل الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم اجعل قلبي بارا وعملي سارا وعيشي كارا ورزقي دارا وأولادي أبرارا وجل عند قبر نبيك محمد مصطفى صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم مستقرا وقرارا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله. أشهد أن عليا هجة الله. حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل. قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أرأيت الذي يكذب بالدين فذلك الذي يدع اليتيم ولا يحض على طعام المسكين. فويل للمصلين الذين هم عن صلاتهم ساهون الذين هم يراءون ويمنعون الماعون. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمد ربي صل على محمد وآل محمد. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. كذلك الله ربي. الله أكبر. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. يا الله يا رحمن يا رحيم يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على دينك. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمد ربي صل على محمد وآل محمد.
سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بحول الله وقوته. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمد ربي صل على محمد وآل محمد.
سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم.
الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إني أسألك موجبات رحمتك وعزائم مغفرتك والنجاة من النار ومن كل بلية والفوز بالجنة ورضوان في دار السلام وجوار نبيك محمد عليه وآله السلام. اللهم ما بنا من نعمة فمنك، لا إله إلا أنت، أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. اللهم صل على محمد. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله. اللهم صل على. أشهد أن عليا حجة الله. هيا على الصلاة هيا على الصلاة هيا على الفلاح هيا على الفلاح هيا على خير العمل هيا على خير العمل. قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمد ربي صل على محمد وآل محمد.
سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. كذلك الله ربي. الله أكبر. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمد ربي صل على محمد وآل محمد.
سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بحول الله وقوته. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمد ربي صل على محمد وآل محمد.
سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر بحول الله. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمد ربي صل على محمد وآل محمد. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم يا لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين.
الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إنه ليس العلم بمعطي رزقي وإنما أطلبه بخطوات تخطر على قلبي فأجول في طلبه البلدان فأنا في معنى طالب كالحيران لا أدري في سحل هو أم في جبل أم في أرض أم في السماء أم في بر أم في بحر وعلى يدي من ومن قبل من وقد علمت أن علمه عندك وأسبابه بيدك وأنت الذي تقسمه بلطفك وتسببه برحمتك. اللهم صل على محمد وآله واجعل يا ربي رزق قلي واسعا ومطلبه سهلا ومأخذه قريبا ولا تعنني بطلب ما لم تقدر لي فيه رزقا فإنك غني عن العذاب وأنا فقير إلى رحمتك. فصل على محمد وآله وجد على عبدك بفضلك إنك ذو فضل عظيم.
سيد الوصيين. السلام عليك يا ابن فاطمة الزهراء سيدة نساء العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا مولى وابن مولى يا غريب الغرباء يا معين الضعفاء والفقراء السلطان أبا الحسن مولانا علي بن موسى الرضا كن شفينا وشفي والدينا في يوم الجزاء وفقنا الله لزيارتك يا مولاي، ورزقنا الله شفاعتك في الدنيا والآخرة. السلام عليك وعلى أختك فاطمة المعصومة جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا مولانا يا حجة الله يا ابن الحسن يا صاحب الزمان سيدي. الأمان 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 من فتنة الزمان، من شر الزمان. السلام عليك يا خليفة الرحمن ويا شريك القرآن ويا كعبة الإيمان ويا إمامنا وإمام الإنس والجان. عجل الله فرجك وسهل الله تعالى مخرجك وظهورك ورحمة الله وبركاته. اللهم صل على محمد تقبل أعمالكم إن شاء الله. تقبل أعمالكم إن شاء الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
اللهم كل وليك إلى أرواح المؤمنين والمؤمنات رحم الله. سورة مباركة الفاتحة شفاء المرضى.
صلوات
الله صل على محمد وآله. تقبل أعمالكم.
Gents, please, can I request you all to be on the gents side so that, there are ladies there. If you could please come on this side. Thank you.
least 2 minutes before the end of the 10 minutes so that you know the last 5 minutes. Do we have to give this? Should I?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. Your chosen verses are Quran 2 verse 23 and Quran 2 verse 185. So you'll have 10 minutes to present, and then thereafter I'll ask you a few questions for a period of 10 minutes, either from these verses you've chosen or the verses you indicated you've prepared for. And then Sheikh will also have 10 minutes. So all in all will be 30 minutes, inshallah. So now you are free to start, inshallah.
Gentlemen at the back, can we have silence, please? It's not fair on the participant. Ahsantum. Jazakumullah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وإن كنتم في ريب مما نزلنا على عبدنا فأتوا بسورة من مثله وادعوا شهداءكم من دون الله إن كنتم صادقين. So Allah says in the Quran in Surah Baqarah ayat 23 that and verily if you are and verily كنتم في ريب مما And verily, if you are in doubt of what we have revealed, ala abdina, on our servant, fa'atu bi suratin min mislihi, then produce like it, then produce a surah like it, of like it, wad'u shuhada'akum, and call your witnesses from amongst yourself, from yourself, min dunillahi in kuntum sadiqeen, other than Allah, if you are truthful. So in the surah, Allah Ta'ala is giving an open challenge to all the Arabs at the time of the Prophet, and also to everyone, even after the Prophet, up to till the last day of judgment, that if you think that this Quran is not revealed from Allah, and if you think that this is not a word of Allah, then produce something like it. If you have the audacity to claim something like this, then you should produce something like this. And he said that we have revealed this on our servants. So basically it is an open challenge which is authenticating the rightfulness of the Quran, and in turn also the rightfulness of the Prophet, because if the rightfulness of the Quran is proved, then the prophethood of the Prophet also proves. So he's saying that he's our servant and we have revealed it on him. And if you can produce just a surah like it, one chapter like it, min mislihi. Now min mislihi has okay, firstly I would talk about nazalna. In this ayat, Allah Ta'ala says nazalna. So that comes from the word, it comes from the word tanzil. So basically Allah Ta'ala is saying that we have revealed this Quran to the Prophet in parts. And now the Arabs at the time of the Prophet, they were very, very proud of their language. And when the Quran was revealed to the Prophet, and the Prophet started reciting the ayat, then they rejected it upfront and said that, why is the Quran being revealed in parts and why not all together? So Allah Ta'ala has told in this ayat, he's indicating that yes, we have revealed it in parts to the Prophet, and it has come to the Prophet. And if you think that you can bring even in parts, if you can bring something like this, then you can then bring it up. And he's also saying min mislihi. Now min mislihi here also says that it refers to like it from the Prophet. Like if you think that, as we know that the Prophet, he never got any formal education, or there is no such traditions or any history indicating that he went to a proper school, or he was properly taught and he was illiterate. So if you think that the Prophet is, as you have seen that the Prophet is amongst you, he has been raised and brought up amongst these pagan Arabs, who are all, they're all coming from, they're all pagan, and they're not well educated as well. So if you think it has come from the Prophet is making up by himself, then even you are you're from him, and you're also like him. Outwardly, you're also like him. So why don't you also bring something that you're as educated as he is, because he's been brought up in your environment. So why don't you also bring something like it? وَدْعُوا شُهَدَاءَكُمْ. So and then Allah Ta'ala is again giving an open challenge, that bring your witnesses from yourself, like yourselves, who are also negating the Quran, or they're also not accepting the Quran. Bring such witnesses other than Allah, if you are truthful in your doubt. Allah Ta'ala knew that they are not truthful. So if you're truthful, even your doubt is not true. In your heart, you're just rejecting it because for the sake of it, like it's not a true rejection. So if you're truth in your doubt as well, then bring something like it. What else do I need to add to this? So this is this ayat also indicates that Quran is going to be an everlasting book, which nobody will ever be able to bring up something like this, because this book is full of laws and full of information, which is not under the capacity of any human being to bring up something like this. Other than that, I mean, it's a miracle of Allah because and that's and if its miraculousness has been proved, then it's in just by the proving that it's a miracle, the point that miracles do occur will be proved. So it is a miracle of Allah, and all the other miracles that came to other prophets before the prophet, they were all limited to time, space, or they were all limited by. They were all limited by their surroundings. I mean, it happened only in front of a few people, or it was for that limited period of time. But this Quran is a book which will be a miracle up till the end of time, and it is an open challenge to anyone who can come up even after the Prophet, after the generations of the Prophet, can come up with something like this. So Allah Ta'ala, I mean, if you look at the Quran, it gives the challenge to the people in terms of knowledge. It gives challenge to the people in terms of the one who received it. Someone like Prophet bringing up a book like this. It gives challenges in the terms of prophecies of the past. All the stories of the past are present in the Quran. Nobody knew if it is something that the Prophet came up with, then how did he know what happened in the past with the other prophets? And all of that is mentioned in the Quran. A lot of stories of the previous prophets. Secondly, of the future generations, it also gives us information about what's going to happen in the future, about the day of judgment, and about the hell, heaven, everything what's going to happen in the future. And it also has a lot of scientific knowledge, which nobody else knew before. So it has already, 1400 years ago, it had already given us information about science, which we are discovering now, only a few centuries before, like a few generations before. And it is an open challenge also in the terms of its discrepancy, that you will not find any discrepancy in the Quran, and about its speech, the way it is, how eloquent it is, because the Arabs were very, very proud of their eloquence, the poetic manner in which they would, the poems that they would write, and the eloquence basically of speech. So the Quran is the most eloquent, and if you think that you can bring even one surah which is comparable in quality and in its qualities and in its if you can bring up something which is not just in its eloquency but also in the qualities that it has, then bring up something like that. I think that's about it for this one.
Okay, for that one you've got 3 minutes if you want to.
Oh, okay.
To exhaust your 10 minutes.
It's all right.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس بينات من الهدى والفرقان فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصمه ومن كان مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر ولتكملوا العدة ولتكبروا الله على ما هداكم ولعلكم تشكرون. The month of Ramadan, in which we have revealed the Quran, which is a guidance to mankind and a clear proof of guidance and a criterion to distinguish between right and wrong. That's in bracket. فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ. So if whoever witnesses this month, then he should fast therein. Woman so whoever. And if whoever is sick or is on a journey, then he should keep the same number of fast in other days. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wishes ease for you and not difficulty. So you complete the number, the specified number, and you glorify your Lord who has guided you, and be thankful so that you are thankful to him. Okay, so in this verse, Allah Ta'ala is bringing forward a very important obligation on humanity, which is the fasting in the month of Ramadan. In the month of Ramadan, Allah Ta'ala has revealed the Quran. Now, in this ayat, Allah Ta'ala has used the word inzal. Now, inzal is a sudden, altogether revelation of the Quran in one form, like not in parts. So He has revealed this Quran in the month of Ramadan all at once on human beings, which is a guidance Allah Ta'ala has used the word linnas. Linnas is for common people, which are uneducated, who are unable to differentiate between right and wrong, and
the people who need a guidance, who need someone to guide them, who don't have the capability to differentiate themselves. Min al-huda wal furqan, and also to specified people, to the knowledgeable ones who by this book can guide themselves and also can distinguish between right and wrong with this book, the Furqan. So whoever witnesses means as soon as they acquire the knowledge that this month has come in, they should start fasting. And if someone is not in the state, is sick or is on a journey, then he should not fast and should compensate these number of days in any other part of the year. And Allah Ta'ala wants ease for us and not hardship. So this is in continuation to that. So if someone is on a journey or is sick, then they should not fast, because Allah Ta'ala wants ease on us. It's like it's kind of like a gift to us that Allah Ta'ala wants ease for you, and it's an obligation which you have to fulfill, but it's with ease.
Sorry, you're 10 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, ahsantum, jazakum Allah.
Thank you so much. Now, my first question is in relation to verse number 23 of Surah Al-Baqarah. Is there any relationship between this verse and verses before it? If there is any, what is it?
In the verses before this verse, Allah Ta'ala is trying to prove His existence by the creation of the heavens and the earth and the skies. I'm not very sure. I mean, I read it.
You can check it.
Okay, yeah, right.
And tell me, what are the specifics of those verses before it? And then we look at the verse in question. Then you will be able to tell us the connection between the two sets of verses.
So in the verse before this, Allah Ta'ala is talking about how He has sent down rain through the skies, and how He has He's grown food for you from earth, and how He's created the skies and. So you should know. I mean, these are the signs, clear signs of the existence of Allah. So you know. And after that, He's talking about the revelation of the Quran. So first, He's trying to say that first you come in terms with my existence, and then after that, you see that all of these signs that are there in this world, nobody else can do it. I mean, this is done by me. So even this Quran is something which has been revealed from me. That's what I think.
Not really.
Okay.
I want you to look at the verses. There are two things. The verses before it are highlighting, and the verse in question is a response to those two things.
Which verse exactly are you talking about?
Yes, so you need to look at them yourself. Verses before it, so I'm looking at verse 22, for example.
Okay.
I'm looking at verse 21, for example. I'm looking at verse 20, for example. And so forth and so forth. Just look at them one after the other. Look at verse 22. الذي جعل لكم الأرض فراشا والسماء بناء. Fine. وأنزل من السماء ماء. Fine. فأخرج به من الثمرات رزقا لكم. Fine. Main point is what? فلا تجعلوا لله أندادا وأنتم تعلمون. What is the verse talking about?
I don't understand this part because I don't know the meaning. فلا تجعلوا لله أندادا وأنتم تعلمون.
So do not attribute to Allah equals
Okay.
while
So
you
it's
know.
about
What is he talking about?
Yeah, so it's about talking about shirk.
Shirk, kufr.
Kufr, yeah. Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
And there are other verses if you go higher up talking of nifaq, hypocrisy. Yeah? So this verse in question is a response to them.
To them, yeah, okay.
In kuntum fi raybin mimma nazzalna ala abdina فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِّثْلِهِ وَادْعُوا شُهَدَاءَكُم مِّن دُونِ اللَّهِ إِن كُنتُمْ. Now let's go further in the verse, in trying to get your understanding of the verse. Someone asks you, what is the main topic of this verse in question? 223. What is the main topic this verse is tackling?
It is to establish the authenticity of the Quran.
Establish the authenticity of the Quran. That is the aim. But before the aim, there is something which the verse is talking about. And once that is established and achieved, the aim is then done. What is that?
The Prophet and the
Prophet, I understand, all fine. There is one thing, then that will lead to the establishment of the authenticity of the
revelation of the Quran.
Revelation of the Quran, that's okay. Is the dimension of that thing. What is that?
About the doubt, if you are in a doubt.
I agree about the doubt. That's true. I agree, doctor. I agree, doc. But what is that? You're a medical doctor, isn't it?
Yeah. I am.
What is that? I just want the topic. Like you see, your son comes to you, or your husband. He says, okay, you've been preparing for this. Just tell me the main theme of this ayah, so we can move forward. What is that? You've understood the ayah, I agree, but you need to give me the theme of the ayah. Mu'jiza.
The Quran is a miracle. Yeah. I was going to say that.
Yes, we should have said it, isn't it?
So
you mentioned authenticity. I said it leads to that.
It's a miracle. It's
establishment.
a miracle. So if,
isn't it?
Yeah.
So now from here we're going to go deep into the discussion. Yeah. So pay attention, look at the verse as I ask the questions, and take your time to answer, inshallah, because we are all here to learn. Now, if you look at the ayah, وَإِن كُنْتُمْ فِي رَيْبٍ مِّمَّا نَزَّلْنَا عَلَىٰ عَبْدِنَا. That's the ayah. If you like, I can read the English for you if you want.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ. Kindly shed light on this sentence, مِن مِثْلِهِ.
Min misli is, if you can produce a surah, min misli is off from it. I mean, it is addressing basically to the Prophet, that if you think that the Quran is a word of the Prophet himself, if he has made it up, then you produce a surah, just what he has said, produce something like it, like how he has.
Who is the addressee here? Who is being addressed here?
The Prophet.
Not really.
The surah, like a surah.
Not really. Look at the ayah. وَإِن كُنْتُمْ is plural. فِي رَيْبٍ مِمَّا نَزَّلْنَا عَلَىٰ عَبْدِنَا. So there is second person being addressed about a third person. So who is the second person, the addressee?
They're addressing it to the Arabs, to the
Ahsantum, those hypocrites and
to the mushrikeen.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So he's addressing to them.
So the third person is the Holy Prophet, ala abdina, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted us to establish, because you said it's addressing Prophet. Now Allah says, fa'tu bi suratin min mithlih. In kuntum plural, fa'tu plural, min mithlihi. What is it about? What is it referring to?
An example like it.
That it refers to?
To the surah.
So bring example of
like
it.
Of surah, yeah.
It is what?
It of this Quran.
It's Quran.
Yeah.
How do you say it's Quran? Where did you get that from?
The surah of the surah, it says the surah and like it of the surah. So surah is, I mean, from the Quran, like.
So what if someone comes forward
chapter.
and tells you, no, this it is referring to Quran, to the Holy Prophet? Because there is that opinion.
No, it is referring to the to the words of the Holy Prophet, like the Quran, which obviously it came to the Prophet, and the Prophet would deliver it to the people. So whatever he has delivered to that. So if you think that you can deliver something what he has delivered, the same thing, like that example of the same,
Okay.
that's what it's referring.
Okay, now I want you to open Quran, but put a mark there so we will be able to come back to the verse.
Okay.
I want you to open Quran 32 verse 34, if I'm not mistaken. Surah Tur. Tur is 32 or 52. Let me check.
Sajda is 32. Surah Sajda is 32.
So Tur will be 52, yeah.
52? You want me to go to 52?
52.
52, 34. Yeah, it's 52, 34. Kindly, I want you to pay attention.
Yeah, okay.
You've opened that. Okay. Now this ayah, I don't know if you'll be able to get the English translation there. Otherwise, we can help you from here. What does 34 says?
34.
Read.
Where is it? Okay. فَلْيَأْتُوا بِحَدِيثٍ مِثْلِهِ إِنْ كَانُوا صَادِقِينَ.
MashaAllah, good reading. Do you understand what you have read?
Then bring بِحَدِيثٍ مِثْلِهِ, a hadith like it, in كَانُوا, if you're truthful.
MashaAllah, I like it when you say the hadith like it, man. That's the easiest way of doing it, isn't
Narration,
it?
basically.
Excellent. Excellent. Then let them produce a statement like it.
Yeah.
If they should be truthful. What's the relationship between this one and the verse in question, 23 of Baqarah? Because you have mithlihi there, you have mithlihi here. But mithlihi in Baqarah, bisuratin min mithlih. But here he said, bi hadithin min mithlih. What's the relationship between the two? Are we doing cross-referencing here? You get the drift what I'm trying to do here. Do you understand what I'm trying to do? Okay, now you explain to me. Dr. Faiz Ali. Explain to me, Doc.
That whatever the Prophet is narrating, again...
Are the two verses talking of the same thing?
No, if Allah Ta'ala has used a different word, then probably not, because there it
Why
says surah.
probably not?
Surah, and here it says hadith. So...
hadith is statement. Could be Quran, could be something else.
Could be something that the Prophet has been... Yeah, the hadith of the Prophet, as in whatever the Prophet has spoken.
Hadith of the Prophet, yeah, something... A terminology will be used, not this one. In Quran.
The Quran? Hadith.
Something else will be used, not the hadith. Here is referring to the same thing. As in the verse 23.
The Quran. Hadith, okay. So whatever the Prophet is narrating, basically the hadith,
Yeah.
I mean the Quran.
So, bi hadithin misli, bring a statement like Quran.
Quran.
Bi suratin min misli, bring a chapter like that of the Quran. You understand?
Yeah.
Now look at this last, Quran 10 verse 38, chapter Yunus. Quran 10 verse 30, this is cross-referencing we call. This is Quran by Quran.
Yeah, okay.
10:38.
أم يقولون افتراه قل فأتوا بسورة مثله فادعوا من استطعتم من دون الله إن كنتم صادقين.
MashaAllah, your recitation is good.
Thank you.
MashaAllah. Now, do you understand what you have just recited?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's referring to the same thing, that if you can bring a surah like it. Yeah.
So,
Because I'm sure about
tell
it,
me
I've
the
read it.
connection between all these three verses.
So it's again an open challenge to the Arabs, that if you can, even in some places Allah Ta'ala has used that if you think you can bring 10 surahs like it, sometimes he has used if you can bring one surah like it. And you have showed me another one that it says if you can just bring a statement like it even. So he keeps reducing it for them.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah.
So you've understood what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah. And
I'm
they're
trying to
just-
pin you so that you understand the verse properly.
He keeps reducing it, so just to show them that you're in no position to even bring a statement like it, yeah.
Question.
Yes.
Did they produce or not?
They tried to.
Give me examples of their trial.
Because
Allah challenged them.
Yeah.
If you are in doubt as to what the messenger brought you, then produce the like of it.
Yeah.
Sometimes he said produce the entire chapter. Sometimes produce an ayah, something. So now the question is, did they produce it or not?
People after the Prophet tried to. There is one example of Muslima who tried to produce something like Surah Fil, and he just made a fun of himself. I mean, what he produced was just something we would say was ridiculous as compared to the Quran. I mean, there was no comparison. Yeah. Whoever tried to produce, even the Christians after that tried to produce something, tried to make something like the Quran, but whoever did it, they just made fun of themselves. I mean, there is no established thing that somebody did bring up something like the Quran, because it's a miracle, they just cannot.
Why do prophets need miracles?
To show to make the people believe in their prophethood, that they are a messenger of Allah. Because
not really. Why would Quran dedicate chunk of verses on the importance of miracle? It's for who?
For us, and I mean for us to understand that it is to understand the authenticity of the Quran and the Prophet, that the one who has brought it. And that's what I understand.
Not really. Allah in so many verses said, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَعْقِلُونَ, so that you may reflect, so that you may understand.
So that we be on the right path.
So why miracle? Why mu'jiza?
Because human doesn't understand otherwise.
Yeah, but Prophet didn't perform mu'jiza all throughout his life. Some instances he performed mu'jiza. What was the need for these miracles? That's the question.
When they would not understand, and they would keep the Arabs, the
all
mushrikeen.
of them.
No, the mushrikeen and the munafiqeen.
Therefore, miracle is for who?
For the ones who do not understand.
Not really. Today there are many people who don't understand, but there's no miracle from Imam Zaman for them.
The miracle is here, right here.
I'm coming. That's the next question. That's a very complicated one. Miracle is for those
who are denying the existence of Allah.
How? In what way?
By worshipping other things. By worshipping.
Who refuse to apply their common sense. Miracle, excuse me, is for fools. Miracle is not for all. That's why Allah made...
He used the word nas. I mean, the ones... I said that in my presentation. So people, the common people, basically, is referring to the common people, not to the specified ones who use their brain. The ones who do not understand, even when the Quran comes to them, they need a guide. They want someone to help them differentiate between right and wrong. They just do not use their mind.
Now, you see, if you look at prophets, the previous prophets, their miracles were something related to people's lives. Raising dead, curing sick. Like the way you cure people, you're a medical doctor, so you cure. But Allah decided to make the miracle of our beloved Prophet Quran. Why? It's a big question. Why? He made them the miracle of the Holy Prophet Quran. And not, yes, Prophet cured also. Prophet raised dead also. He performed different miracles. Prophet called, object, and the object walked to him, isn't it? But Allah said, the miracle of this, my last messenger and prophet, is this Quran.
Because
why?
He is the last messenger.
Yeah, understand his last messenger.
So that it can continue up till the day of judgment. A miracle which stays up till the end.
No, why did Allah decide to make it a miracle? This can answer so many questions in today's life about Islam and Quran.
That's what I think.
Allah doesn't want us to be dumb.
Yeah, so that we choose between right and wrong.
He wants us to read. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to read. He wants us to read. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to read. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to read. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore. He wants us to understand. He wants us to explore That's why he left this Quran for
For
us.
us, for the generations after, yeah.
That's why Prophet is afdal. Otherwise, could have raised dead and Allah will say this is his miracle. And Allah gave us this akal in Quran, and of course Ahl al-Bayt said this is your guidelines. This is what you need to hold on to. Last question, then I pass to Sheikh because of time. What practical lessons do we learn from this?
That this is a miracle which came to the Prophet and we should make the most of it, just not put it on the shelves. And
I need practical lessons, something which is relatable to our lives. And how do we implement it? Looking at this beautiful verse.
To try and read the Quran and understand it and implement whatever it is saying in our lives.
Someone asks you, how will you go about introducing Quran to your daily life? What will you respond? What will you say to that person?
Firstly, try to recite it and then try to recite it with understanding.
Yeah, but how do I go about it? I'm struggling. Allah says this is the miracle. Quran is response to kuffar and hypocrites. It's the main. And there are so many things under this verse. So it means I cannot do without Quran. It is not possible to claim being a Muslim without Quran. How do I introduce Quran to my daily life?
Practical way.
By reciting it every day, trying to take out some time from your daily life and try to recite it every day, and then go into the meaning, go into the tafseer, look it up, think about it, and how we can implement that ayat maybe in our lives.
How is Quran relatable to your work as a medical doctor? How is it relatable? Or it's not relatable at all?
No, it is, I think.
Is it relatable? It's very important. That's why we ask you those questions about your professions and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, whatever guidelines are given in the Quran, if we act upon it, for example.
This is too generic for me. How is it relatable to your work, to your profession?
I don't know about the whole Quran, but there are some ayat which
Yeah.
if we, for example, if you're a working woman and if you're going out, then you can look at the ayat of hijab. And
That's no.
Or if
when a patient comes to you, what do you do? You assess them.
Read him and then assess him, yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Quran says, when you are sick, he cures you.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile between these two? فَإِذَا مَرِضْتُ فَهُوَ يَشْفِينَ. Isn't it, Sheikh? Quran mentioned, when I'm sick, he cures me. You are a medical doctor, you give paracetamol, you give ampicillin.
By looking the knowledge of science that the Quran is giving us, or
does your work convinces you more about Islam and Quran?
Yeah, it brings us more closer to science.
Okay, now I pass you to Sheikh, but this question, if there is another time, I will come back to the Sheikh.
All right.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. You mentioned in your presentation 2 key words, inzal and tanzil.
Yeah.
Now remember, the discussion we're having is about the miraculous nature of the Quran. The verse, what does it use?
Tanzil.
Tanzil. Now, is there a connect between tanzil and the Quran being a mu'jiza?
Yeah, so the Quran first, I mean, it underwent first the process of inzal, where it came from Allah Ta'ala up to the 7th heaven, where it is called the Bayt al-Mamur, and from there it was revealed to the heart of the Prophet as the history unfolded, as the life unfolded, and as events kept occurring, the Quran came. So Sorry, you said the relationship between Tanzeel and?
Mu'jiza.
The miracle and the miracle. So, I mean, even when the events did not occur, everything was already written. It was already, the Quran was a book which the source was already present. The manifest book was already there. So, even when the events did not occur, still those ayat were. I mean, the Quran, the actual soul of the Quran. I mean, we can say the soul of the Quran was already there, and then it started getting revealed to the Prophet over the period of time, over the period of his call. So that's itself is a.
The question is a difficult question.
Yeah.
Yeah? Because you have to make a few connects before you come to the answer. Let me guide you through
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
The Quran was revealed over a period of
23 years.
23 years.
Yeah.
What was the purpose of that? Why was it revealed in bits and pieces? Why doesn't the Quran just be revealed in one go?
Allah says in the Quran to make your heart and the heart of the believers strong, to make their heart strong.
How?
Because if everything would just come up all of a sudden, it would make no sense to them. Some ayat which
Why
are
not?
very time specific, they would not. For example,
Why is it difficult for me to give you a book of law or a book of information rather than slowly introducing
it? Yeah, so it's nobody will accept it right away. If it just comes to them, the whole book full of laws and full of regulations, they would not accept it. So it came down gradually.
Why not? Why wouldn't they accept it?
Because it would be too difficult for them to accept it.
It would be too difficult for them? It's a drastic change for them?
Yeah, and their minds wouldn't accept it. I mean, even for us, if something drastically changes in our life, we don't accept it.
Now the Quran is revealed over 23 years to slowly
introduce it into their lives,
introduce it, to facilitate a change. Right? Now, there was a point in your presentation where you spoke about the different ideas as to why the Quran is a miracle. So you mentioned stories. Why is stories considered to be a mu'jiza in itself?
Because they happened years before and nobody knew about it.
Then they could have come and said, well, you know what, you're making it up.
Yeah, so the Quran specifically says that these things, I mean, it has stories which the Prophet and nobody else knew about. So that's why it's a miracle. How did it come to the Quran? Because Allah knows everything, so He has delivered it to Allah.
But that's the thing, right? The people could say that, look, you've just made up the story of Nabi Yusuf, for example. Nabi Yusuf specifically, Allah says that this story was a story that was forgotten. No one knew about it. And they could have claimed that the Holy Prophet made it up. Why is stories considered to be part of the miracle nature of the Quran?
Because the people had the previous books, the Torah and the Injil. If it probably would be mentioned in there, and then they could just compare. This is there in that as well. So how did he know about it?
Ahsant. But it's also to do with the idea that, look, entertainment was a big part of their culture.
Stories, yeah.
They would come and storytell. Yeah. And these stories would be based on just random things that have no morals, no ethical lessons. The Holy Prophet, through the Quran, was able to introduce something that was far better.
Better than that.
A story which is entertaining.
And true.
But it's also full of moral lessons that can change lives. All right? You mentioned scientific miracles or scientific accuracies. We agree with that. One of the major reasons as to why, when the Quran was revealed over 23 years, is seen as a miracle in itself, is because you will not find any discrepancies.
Yeah.
And this goes against human nature.
Yeah.
See, I could write a book right now.
But after a few years.
After a few years, I'll review it and change my mind.
Change it, exactly, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's why the Quran is seen as a miracle, even through the process of tanzeel.
Yeah, tanzeel.
Even the eloquence. The eloquence of the last verse of the Quran is just as strong and equivalent to the eloquence of the first verse that was revealed over a period of 23 years. Again, it goes against human nature. Make sense?
Yeah.
Last question. Within the verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَادْعُوا شُهَدَاءَكُمْ مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ. Who are the shuhada? Who is it in reference to?
So,
'Cause 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 ' you want me to translate?
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
The witnesses, yeah. From those mushriks, from amongst themselves, their heads basically, or their idols, whoever they worshipped.
Ahsan,
So
their
bring
idols.
them, yeah, if you think that.
شهداءكم من دون الله.
Yeah.
Refer to your gods. You think
yeah.
that this book is a book that's just been randomly introduced to you?
Yeah.
If you think that way, then produce a book similar to it, with the same level of eloquence, with the same level of content, and go and seek help from wherever you want to, from your gods. The term mu'jiza, do you know what it means literally?
Miracle.
Miracles is a translation. It's a very weak translation, word. But what's the true meaning of mu'jiza? You're challenging someone. And you challenge them in such a way that you literally, you break them. And they're not able to respond to it. Yeah? It's like a definite, what's the word? It's like a definite proposal. Ahsantum. Jazakum Allah.
Last question. Last question.
Yes, Sheikh.
The medical one, you need to think about it, isn't it?
Shouldn't have mentioned that, I think.
Last question. The medical one, inshallah, you will look into it more and explore. So you presented 2 verses. And we questioned you only on one. The second one is about Shahr Ramadan in the Holy Quran. Now, what one practical lesson have we learned, or you've learned from this second verse?
The importance of reciting Quran in the month of Ramadan. And the importance of the month itself, about the month of fasting, and how Allah Ta'ala is so generous that when we are not able to, and He has let us compensate in any other part of the year.
What's the relationship between the month and the Quran?
The Quran was revealed in this month. The Inzal took place in the month of Ramadan, and also
What took place? Inzal.
Inzal, yeah. It took place in the
What
month
is Inzal?
The revelation of the complete book all at once.
Everything was given to Prophet, from Fatiha to Nas.
No, it was not. Initially, it was not in parts. It came all as a collective.
This is Quran.
Yeah.
Example, or the one you have.
Yeah.
Was this given to Prophet on the night of Qadr?
No, not the book itself.
What was given to Prophet?
It was the knowledge of the.
What is the knowledge of the Quran?
The manifest book. It was not the Quran. Quran is something which you read and recite, not the reading and reciting book. Recited book. It was the how do I say, the sublime reality, basically the knowledge of the book. I don't know how to put it.
But Allah says, "Shahr Ramadan alladhi unzila fihi al-Quran." Unzila fihi al-Quran.
Yeah.
Was Quran sent to the Holy Prophet in the holy month of Ramadan or not? And if yes, which Quran was sent to the Holy Prophet?
Not the written actual book. It was revealed to the heart of the. It was revealed to the Prophet.
Yeah. What was revealed to him? Was it recited to him?
No, I think it was just the knowledge and all the information which it
of
contained
what?
Of the book.
Of everything inside this book.
I'm not sure of that.
Was it everything inside this book given to the Prophet? Oh no.
No, I don't think so. It was everything, because.
But then why Allah using
because
Quran
some of
here?
the ayat came later. Some of the ayat are just
Excellent.
very time specific.
Excellent.
If the thing did not happen, how would
Excellent.
it be revealed to
Excellent.
the Prophet? Yeah.
So yes, Quran was given to Prophet, but the realities of the Quran.
Or Quran, maybe the laws and the regulations.
Yeah, the realities of the Quran. Because some of the verses
very time
were
specific.
revealed to him after some
as
event or
some happened,
happenings.
yeah.
Thank you, Doc. All the best.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Salam.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
Next person.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. We continue from where we left off. Brother Sayyid Ali Abbas, you've chosen Surah Al-Zilzal.
Yes.
إذا زلزلت الأرض زلزالها وأخرجت الأرض أثقالها وقال الإنسان ما لها. Up to the end of the chapter. Inshallah, you'll have 10 minutes to present your understanding from your research, study of the chapter. Thereafter, inshallah, I will ask you a few questions, either from Surah Al-Zilzal, depending on how you perform, or from the other two chapters you indicated you prepared for, Al-Fil and Quraysh. And inshallah, Sheikh Anwar will also have 10 minutes to engage with you. So, Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Surah Zilzal is the 99th chapter of the Holy Quran, and it contains 8 verses. Now the origins of Surah Zilzal are unknown. However, through the content of the surah, we are able to tell that this is a Makki surah of origin. Surah Zilzal, meaning the earthquake, is split into 3 parts. The first part being the preliminary signs of the earthquake and the Day of Judgment. The second part being how the earth is a witness to our actions and how a man's actions are shown on the Day of Judgment. And the final part is the Day of Judgment and our actions holding a weight itself. Surah Zilzal also contains, towards the end, Ayah Jamia. Ayah Jamia meaning the essence of the entire Quran. Meaning if you've understood this, you've understood the entire Quran. Surah Zilzal begins with Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. إِذَا زُلْزِلَتِ الْأَرْضُ زِلْزَالَهَا, meaning when the earth is quaking with a mighty quaking. Now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses the word إِذَا. إِذَا coming from the root word إِذ. إِذ meaning when in the past tense, and إِذَا meaning when in the future tense. However, إِذَا is also used to remind someone of something that they have forgotten. So here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, remember when the earth is quaking with a mighty quaking. Now zilzalaha itself, the word, means great quaking. Why? Because this quaking will be different to any other periodical quaking. It will be the greatest and it will be the final quaking of the earth. The second ayah says, وَأَخْرَجَتِ الْأَرْضُ أَثْقَالَهَا. وَأَخْرَجَت means to release, to let go, to take out. And أَثْقَال means burdens. Now there are 3 interpretations as to what burdens, أثقال, could mean. The first is that أثقال is the corpses of the dead people buried underneath the earth, which is also stated in Surah Al-Inshiqaq, ayah number 4, and cast forth what is within it and becomes empty. The second interpretation is that these burdens are the minerals and treasures hidden beneath the earth, such as gold and diamonds, which will make the mammonists, those who believe that wealth is greed, this will make them sigh. The final interpretation is that this is the earth and the rocks and the lava, because the earth is made up of many layers of rock. This will be the rocks that will be released through the cracking of the earth and the volcanoes. Now, ayah 3, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَقَالَ الْإِنسَانُ مَا لَهَا. And man says, what is wrong with it? Now man, many people thought to interpret as the disbelieving men, especially those who disbelieve in the Day of Judgment. However, we can now explain that this is not limited to the disbelievers, but this is for everyone, because even the believers will be afraid of the great quaking on that day. Just as it says in Surah Al-Yasin, هَذَا مَا وَعَدَ الرَّحْمَنُ وَصَدَقَ الْمُرْسَلُونَ. This must be what the most compassionate warned us of. The messengers told the truth. The most compassionate being Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the messengers being Rasulullah and the Rasulullah and the prophets before him. Now, ayah number 4, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, يَوْمَئِذٍ تُحَدِّثُ أَخْبَارَهَا. Like the Persian and Urdu language, أخبارها means news. So what is this news? This news is that the earth will manifest every single deed done by every servant on the Day of Judgment. What is this? So a tradition that is stated, according to many narrators, relating to the Holy Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he asked his companions, do you know what the meaning of her news is? The Holy Prophet's companions replied with that Allah and His Messenger are most informed. The Prophet added, this is that on the Day of Judgment, the earth will manifest every single deed done by every servant on the Day of Judgment. She will say that so and so has done such and such on a certain day. One tradition that also springs is from Imam Ali alayhi salam, in which after he would split the public treasury of the Muslims and pray a 2 rakat namaz, he would say, addressing the place, on the Day of Judgment, be a witness that, oh verily, I ruled you justly and I emptied you rightfully. Now, ayah number 5 links back to ayah number 4. How? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, بِأَنَّا رَبَّكَ أَوْحَى لَهَا. Now, awha means what? It stems from the word wahi. Wahi is inspiration and command. Wahi comes in different forms. The wahi that was given to the prophets, the anbiya before us, such as Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is known as wahi nabuti. This wahi that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about is wahi takwini, which is the divine revelation given to wahi nabuti. Nabuti. And the second one is wahi takwini, which is the divine revelation towards the natural elements of the world, such as the earth. Another place that wahi takwini is mentioned is in Surah Al-Fussilat, ayah number 22. And you did not veil yourself, lest your eyes and your ears and your skins should bear witness against you. Now, ayah number 6, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala goes on to say, يَوْمَئِذٍ يَصْدُرُ النَّاسُ أَشْتَاتٍ لِيَرَوْا أَعْمَالَهُم. The day people will depart into their categories to be shown the result of their deeds. Now we can split this into two. People will be split into categories. How? People who were the mu'mineen will be split into the mu'mineen group. Same with the mushrikeen, the munafiqeen, etc. And each one will have the leader. The leader of the mu'mineen will be Imam al-Ali alayhi salam. In Surah An-Naml, verse 86, it says, and on the day when we shall muster out from every nation a party from those who believed our revelation, and they shall be kept in rank. Now ayahs number 7 and 8 are the final ayahs, and they are very similar. Ayah number 7 says, فَمَن يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ خَيْرًا يَرَى. Ayah number 8 says, وَمَن يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ شَرًّا يَرَى. Ayah number 7 is very important. Why? Because it is known as ayah jamia, like I mentioned before. It is the essence of the entire Quran. There is a tradition according to the Holy Prophet in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in which narrators have said that there was a man from the name with the name Sawsa bin Na'jiyah. Sawsa bin Na'jiyah came to the Prophet asking for sallallahu alaihi wasallam, came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam asking for intellect. And the Prophet said, read Surah Zilzal. Sa'sa bin Najiyah reached this ayah and said, I have understood the entire Quran. And he went on to become a scholar. Now, ayah number 8, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also states that whoever does an atom's weight of good will see it, atom's weight of bad will see it. And ayah number 7 says, whoever does an atom weight of good will see it. Now, the word dharra, referring to atom, means the smallest thing literally viewable. The smallest thing literally viewable. Before it used to be the egg of the ants in the Arab times. But now, dharra means atom. Because in the Arabic language, qunbulatan tharaya means atomic bomb. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses yarahu to mean literally seeing the result of your deeds. Just as he did in ayah number 6, in which he said, liyaro, to be shown. Now, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also explains that you will see the action of your deeds, the result of your deeds. Through how? The weight. This is contradictory because something this small surely should be weightless and shouldn't have any weight. However, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses mithqal, the equal to weight, as they do in the bazaars of Arab. To conclude, this last ayah, Imam Musa al-Kadhim has reported in Mizan al-Hikmah, be careful of your petty sins, for sure. Imam Musa al-Kadhim has said, be careful of your petty sins, for surely they will accumulate to grave sins. Sadaqallahu al-Azim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad.
Ahsant. Sayyid Ali, thank you for the presentation. And now we look at some details from the chapter to get some clarifications from some of the important things you mentioned. So the first thing is to go back to the chapter itself as a whole. Is this chapter Makki or Madani?
It is Makki.
Makki. Is there any ayah in this chapter which some scholars hold a view that it is Madani? And if yes, which is that ayah?
I don't think there is. No. I don't know.
فَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ خَيْرًا يَرَهُ. It's a tradition, in fact, that the Holy Prophet was asked about this. And some scholars say this ayah was revealed in Medina. Question: is it possible to have a chapter where you have verses within it, some revealed in Mecca and some revealed in Medina?
Yes.
Example, apart from this one.
I was going to say this one, but I'm guessing, but Surah Baqarah. Would Surah Baqarah be part?
Which one? Surah Baqarah is massive, it's big. Definitely we have so many examples. And this riwayah from Abu Sa'id al-Khudri regarding فَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ خَيْرًا يَرَهُ, from the Holy Prophet, that he asked the Holy Prophet when this was revealed. Now it is an opinion. So it's very important when you look at a chapter, you look at it holistically and indicate to some opinions whether the opinions are widely accepted or not. Now let's go to the nitty-gritties of the chapter. Beautifully you explained some of them, alhamdulillah. What are the virtues, fada'il, of reciting this chapter from the traditions of Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam?
One I know is that the Holy Prophet has said,
Sallallahu
Alaihi Wasallam has said that whoever's read this entire surah in their recommended prayers, he will receive the same sawab as if he has read a quarter of the Quran or he has read Surah Al-Baqarah.
Ahsant. You didn't mention this before. This is supposed to be part of your presentation, to inspire people, to encourage people. Because not everybody lean towards intellectual discussion. So you have to mix all together. And this is a very powerful tradition, isn't it?
Yes.
Any other tradition you know when it comes to the virtues of reciting this chapter from Ahlul Bayt?
Yes. Also that whoever recites this in the recommended prayers, he will never be harmed by a natural disaster.
Subhanallah.
Such as
absolutely right. From who?
One of the imams.
Which imam? There are so many imams we have.
I think, I'm not going to quote this, but I think it was Imam Zain al-Abidin.
No, really, not really, not really. Imam Jafar al-Sadiq alayhi salam. But the tradition, you are right. It's a correct tradition, but you didn't mention this. And these are integral parts of the general understanding of the chapter. Very good. And of course, I think did you mention Usulul Kafi somewhere?
Usulul Kafi, no.
Okay, then let's leave that. Park it later. We'll come back to that, inshallah. My next question. When you look at this chapter, Suratul Zilzal,
Yes.
what does it teach us? What's the main theme?
The main theme is, well, there's two main themes that you can refer to. The first is of the preliminary signs, or the signs of the Day of Judgment. We can remember that after death, there's always going to be something. And this
So the first one is what?
The preliminary signs.
Okay.
Before the Day of Judgment.
Okay.
And the second is the weight our deeds carry upon us, and how they will be the deciding factor between whether in the afterlife we'll be happy in Jannah, or it will be because of our deeds that we are in hell.
Can you describe the Day of Judgment in the lens of this chapter? Take me through what will happen on the Day of Judgment.
According to this surah.
Only. If you want to do cross-referencing, there are chunks in Quran. But put me in the mood of Qiyamah through this chapter. And you have to quote and tell me. Bismillah.
Bismillah. So, the first thing is
It's like you are giving a lecture. Yeah.
The first thing, it really describes how everybody will be scared on the Day of Judgment.
Where did he say everybody will be scared?
Because the people, it says, man will say, what is wrong with it?
So there's nothing mentioned, they will be scared.
But you can infer from that.
Go in an orderly manner. Looking at the verse, I want you to take each point one after the other. Qiyamah. Allah is telling us there will be a day of judgment. How are things going to turn up on that day? So let him take this chapter. I'm having a class. I'm having a lecture. Tonight I really want to discuss Qiyamah. I know some will get scared. That's fine. But Allah is saying it, not me. Which will be one of my questions to you before my time is up. Explain Qiyamah to me.
Qiyamah is the afterlife, the Day of Judgment. We as Muslims, we believe that after death, we will be separated into different categories for our actions. Those who have done well in the life will be split into those who have done well, and those who have done badly will be split into those who have done badly.
No. That's okay. Subject, signs of Qiyamah. First begin with the first chapter, first verse.
Shaking.
So you have to explain to people that when the time is up, there's going to be an earthquake. Either zulzilatil ardu zilzalaha. There's going to be an earthquake. Now let's stop there. What does it mean, zilzalaha? You mentioned them to some extent, but I want you to expound on that. Zilzalaha.
Zilzalaha meaning the great quaking, the final quaking, the earthquake, its earthquake. It's referring to an earthquake or a shaking of the earth in a mannerism that's never been seen before. It will be different to the normal periodical shaking that we will have nowadays. It will be greater. It will be the final quaking. That's why it's important. It will be the last ever quaking on the earth.
Good point. It will be different from the normal zilzal. This will be unique. Why will it be unique?
Two reasons. It will be the final earthquake, and it will be, because it's a final earthquake, it will be great. It will be devastating.
Athqalaha, but this you need to emphasize on it more.
The whole earth will shake.
Okay.
And because the whole earth will shake, it will be one of the signs of the Day of Judgment. Other earthquakes, they won't be a sign. But this earthquake will be a sign that the end is near. And this is the end.
What is so unique about this one that it will be a sign that everything is coming to an end?
Its size, its timing, the way people won't expect it, especially. And it will be greater, and it will be the final one, last one, because of this.
Is Qiyamah a must?
Sorry?
Is it a must thing that it must happen?
Yes.
But Allah is saying either. And you mentioned is shartiyah. If it is a must, why is Allah saying either zulzilatil ardu zilzalaha? Because that either is shartiyah. You mentioned shartiyah. Why?
Because Allah is trying to make us remember.
Let me give you another example. Then you can quantify all together. إذا وقعت الواقعة. إذا شرطية.
There's another one. إذا رجت الأرض رجا.
إذا رجت الأرض
رجا.
وبست الجبال. So that إذا goes to بست الجبال again. But if it is a must, that Qiyamah must happen. Why Allah using إذا شرطية? Why?
To remind us that it will happen, to make us remember. We are forgetting about it.
Think more. Why will you use إذا?
Because it's a must. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. It's a must from what we've been taught. But now this ayah is saying إذا. إذا لم يكن ثم ماذا? If it doesn't happen, then what? I come to you, Sayyid Ali. If I come to Leicester, we'll go out and eat together. If. I'm not saying when I come to Leicester, then you'll ask me, when is that going to happen? If I may not, and I'm not committing to anything. So Allah is saying, إِذَا زُلْزِلَتِ الْأَرْضُ zilzala. You mentioned that either, that's why I'm pinning you. Either. Why Allah is using the word either when it is something that must happen?
Because إذا means when.
Ahsantum. It means it has to happen. So it is Arabic. This preposition, you need to understand the connotations of this preposition. The fact that either come that sharat doesn't mean that it will not happen. It means something else. It's not your general either. Something to explore more on that when you have time, inshallah. Now, athqalaha. There are so many opinions among Mufassirin. Share at least 3 opinions with me, because you mentioned only one earlier on.
For athqalaha. So athqal could mean the burdens of the corpses of the men buried.
Ahsantum, that's number 1. People coming out of their graves.
Yes.
The earth will vomit them when it is Qiyamah. So that's one opinion from Mufassirin. Atullah Makarim Shirazi, even Allama Tabatabai, Qaddasallahu Nafsahu Zaki, and other great Mufassirin. That's one. Number 2 opinion.
That is the deeds, our deeds that are being removed.
Again?
It's our deeds that are being taken out of this world and being sent for rejudgment.
Okay, that's okay. I don't take that much, but it's okay. Another one?
That it's the treasures and minerals hidden.
Ahsantum. Treasures, kunuz, will come out. That's one meaning. وَأَخْرَجَتِ الْأَرْضُ أَثْقَالَهَا. Another meaning?
That it's the earths and the rocks that are underneath.
Umur thaqila. This very heavy stuff. Everything is going to gush out. Some scholars mention things that people hid and buried. Concoctions, whatever. Everything is going to come out. Very good. Now question. What is the meaning of insan here?
So, insan, some people rendered it to be the disbelieving men. And those especially who disbelieved in the day of judgment.
No.
In the happening of the zilzal. However, people will be so afraid by this shaking, even the Muslims, even the mu'mineen, that it's not limited to only the disbelievers, but to everybody on the earth.
Asanto. Excellent. What lessons have you learned from this chapter?
So there are two main lessons that I've learned from this chapter. The first is that we always have to remember the day of judgment and death. That death is something that we shouldn't be afraid of, but we should embrace with open arms.
Second lesson?
Second lesson is that there's going to be that our deeds on this earth, even if they may be small, that's good. But if we do an equally small bad deed, it may equal out. Or even our small deeds, like Imam Musa al-Kazim has said, that be careful of your petty sins, for verily your petty sins can accumulate to grave sins.
A friend comes to you and says to you, Sayyid, you know, I don't like going to the mosque or majlis. You ask him why. He said, they talk too much about qiyamah, about this, about that. What will be your response in the lens of this chapter?
It's not a particularly enticing subject. It's a subject that's important for us. Just like normal subjects, maths, English, they may not be interesting, but there's something that's important. And if you understand them well enough, they may become enticing for you. They may become good for you. And if someone did say that they don't like coming just because of this, you should describe it in a way that they would interact and engage perfectly with it.
Okay, I will come to that to explain later. Lema allows Sheikh Anwar to continue.
Ali Abbas.
Salam.
إذا زلزلت أرض زلزالها. You spoke about what it means, but I want you to break up the verse and give me a picture.
Can I use connotations from other places in the Quran?
Go on.
So, either, as we've mentioned,
no. Tell me what exactly is going to happen.
The earth will be shaken with its final great shaking.
But what does that mean?
So
you mentioned that it's going to be different. How is it going to be different? You answered it, but you weren't precise enough.
So it will be a great quaking that will symbolize the end of coming.
No. Something else. What's shaking here?
The earth.
What does that mean?
Everything known to man.
Everything. That's the difference there. Usually when an earthquake takes place, what happens?
It's periodical, it's local.
It's local, it's periodical. Yeah, what you said. It's local, it's limited by time. These are two limitations of the worldly earthquakes. But on that day, what's going to happen?
It won't be worldly. It will be
worldly.
But it won't be timed and it won't be periodical.
The entire earth is going to quake. That's the difference there. It's not going to be like the normal earthquakes that we witness. It's going to engulf the entire world. Every area of the world is going to be shaking.
Yes.
Zilzalaha.
It's earthquake.
Why is this word repeated? Ida zulzilati, and then in the end, zilzalaha. What's the significance behind this repetition?
So, like in Surah Al-Waqi'ah, إِذَا رُجَّتِ الْأَرْضُ رَجَّةً.
Why is it repeated?
It's repeated, A, for emphasis, to emphasize the point.
Exactly. Yeah? It's an emphasis that this earthquake, there is nothing like it. Now, second question. How many earthquakes will there be?
Only one. Oh, sorry, not one, sorry, two. There'll be two earthquakes.
What's going to happen? What's going to happen in the first earthquake? What's going to happen in the second earthquake?
The first earthquake will be the final coming earthquake, and the second earthquake will be the one to destroy the earth. I'm not quite sure about the second one, actually.
So when the first earthquake takes place, naturally what's going to happen?
People will be scared.
People will be scared. Yeah?
Yeah.
What else will happen?
Animals who are underneath the earth, they will be scared. The earth will release its burdens, afqal.
What's the burdens? What are the burdens?
There's three burdens.
Now these are some opinions. Yeah, we're just exploring some of the opinions because there's a lot of differences of opinions of what's going to happen in the first earthquake, what's going to happen in the second earthquake, what's going to happen in between, and so on and so forth. Afqalaha, the burdens of the earth, it will come out. what's going to come out and when. What's going to come out during the first earthquake and what's going to come out during the second earthquake.
The first earthquake will be the people in the graves.
Okay.
And the second earthquake will be the treasures, the minerals, and the rocks hidden beneath the earth.
Okay. You sure? You know, in fact, this narration about the minerals and the gold and silver that will come out, who is that narration narrated by?
The Mammonists.
The who? Sorry?
Mammonists.
No, there's a narration by one specific person who mentions this, and it's not found anywhere else. But it's found in Sahih al-Muslim. It was Abu Huraira. Yeah, Abu Huraira specifically says that the treasures and the gold and the silver will all come out. As Sheikh said, it will be vomited out. And people will witness this. Now you mentioned in your presentation the people, when they see the treasures coming out, it will make them sigh.
Yeah, certain people.
Some people.
The Mammonists.
The sorry?
The Mammonists, people who believe,
Mammonists.
who disbelieve in wealth.
Not really. Why will mankind sigh when they see the treasures come out?
Because it will be of no use to them anymore.
Beyond that.
There's no point in having it. So now
Beyond
it's out.
that.
It's the end, they'll sigh.
But why?
Don't know.
Out of regret. These are the same people who used to kill one another so that they would accumulate the gold and the silver. But now the way it's being treated, it's being thrown in front of them, and seeing what's happening around them and this great earthquake that's taking place, now they realize, well, hold on a second, there's a deeper meaning behind all of this. This gold and silver that I killed for has no significance.
Mm-hmm.
So mankind will respond in a state of regret, intense regret. وَقَالَ الْإِنسَانُ مَا لَهَا. What's happening? All right, moving on. تحدث أخبار
بأن ربك.
The earth will narrate its chronicles. How will the earth speak?
It will speak the same way our bodies and our eyes and our skins will speak.
So literally?
Yes.
So Allah will give them a voice and it will speak?
Not so much a voice, but that way it will be a way to communicate to Allah and show deeds. So literally to be showing. So yeah, voice, or to give them a
There's
voice.
three opinions to this. And I like the third opinion. And the third opinion is Allama Tabataba'i's opinion in Al-Mizan. The first opinion is that Allah will make the earth speak the way He makes our hands speak on the Day of Judgment, to bear witness against our actions, and our feet and our eyes, our ears, and so on and so forth. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Just as how Allah will make our limbs speak, He will make the earth speak. That's the first thing. So that's not literal. It's somewhat metaphorical. Like Allah will give the power to the earth and the earth will speak. Number two, some say that Allah will make the earth into some sort of an animal, and then through that the earth will speak. Now, which of these two opinions do you think is something that holds weight? And then I'll come to Allama Tabataba'i's opinion, rahmatullah alayh.
I'd say the first one.
The first one. So Allama Tabataba'i says it doesn't matter. Why should it bother us in this discussion? All we know is that Allah will command the earth to speak. Whether it shows a video, for example, on the Day of Judgment, or whether it speaks physically, or whether, I don't know, it gives information to everyone. How it gives that information, he says, we don't know, and it doesn't matter in this discussion. But we know that the earth will be given that power by Allah. Now you mentioned this idea of al-jami'.
Mm-hmm.
What's this meaning of al-jami'?
The essence of the Holy Quran.
Why is it the essence of the Holy Quran?
if you understand this ayah, you can understand the Quran.
What's the understanding of the ayah?
So if you understand that whatever you do whatever action you do on this earth holds a weight in the akhirah, if you understand this, then surely you wouldn't commit any sins and you would have understood the Quran.
It's a very powerful philosophy. Do not underestimate a
small sin, small action.
Small good action, and do not undermine a small sin. Every action that we do carries weight, and that's a very, very powerful philosophy. يومئذ يصدر الناس أشتاتا ليروا أعمالهم. Mankind will see their actions. How will they see the actions?
Literally see their actions.
What will they see?
Well, according to what you've said, is it important to know how they see? The way they see?
We're not talking about how they will see it, we're talking about what exactly will they see?
Everything they've done. It will be like a grand compilation of every sin and every deed that they've done. So they'll see that they've done this, and it will be shown that looking at a third person's perspective, you can tell if something's been done in a good place, in a good way, if something's been done in a bad way, good.
I can see my actions when it is written in a book. I'll open the book and I'll see all of my actions written down for me. Is that the interpretation of the verse?
No.
لِيَرَوْا أَعْمَالَهُمْ, that mankind will see all of their actions when they have their books of deeds open in front of them? That's one interpretation. The other interpretation is Jannah and Jahannam.
You'll be sent to Jannah, so be Jannah.
Sorry?
You'll be sent to Jannah if you've done well.
So when you enter paradise, you're seeing the effects of your good deeds.
Yeah.
When you see the punishment, you're seeing the effects of your
sins.
Now Sheikh Makarim Shirazi Hafadhullah and Allama Tabatabai have introduced a third opinion. Do you know what that third opinion is?
No.
It's actually, I think it's mentioned in the tafsir that you've referred to for your presentation. It's known as the concept of tajsim al-a'mal. What's tajsim al-a'mal? What's jism?
Body.
Something physical.
Mm-hmm.
Tajsim al-a'mal. A'mal is actions.
Deeds, actions, yes.
So body, actions. Can you?
Your deeds will come to you in the form of a body or physical aspect.
Ahsant. That your a'mal will be transformed into something physical. And we've heard these narrations, yes? You go into the grave, if you've been reciting the Holy Quran, a being will come towards you. And then the being will say that I am
your good deeds.
Your good deeds or the recitation of your Quran. Yeah? Tajsim al-a'mal. That your good deeds will physically mold itself into something for you such that you can see it. And likewise your evil deeds. It will turn into something horrible, something
that you won't like, but you can see.
Ahsant. Now, final. Actually, we should stop there. Yeah? Ahsantum. Jazakumullah.
Jazakallah.
I'm not going to ask that question. It's okay. It's done. Keep it up.
Jazakallah. Thank you.
That was brilliant.
Allahumma
salli ala Salawat, man. To encourage you more, isn't it? Ahsant, Habibi. Well done. Next person in a minute, you come, inshallah.
Jazakallah.
Next person. It's a lady. Oh, mashallah. Mr. Dirani. Salam alaikum.
Alhamdulillah, how are you?
Alhamdulillah. Where's the paper? No, the envelope.
Oh, you know that the one with the blue one? The envelope.
You have it? Yeah.
Oh, it's coming.
Give us just a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's the same chapter.
Yes.
Okay. So in a minute we start, Habibi, huh?
Yeah.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. You've chosen to discuss the same chapter.
Yes.
So obviously you were here when we were pinning Sayyid Ali.
Yeah.
So I will expect more from you, inshallah.
Inshallah.
No pressure, inshallah. إذا زلزلت الأرض زلزالها, isn't it?
Yes.
وأخرجت الأرض أثقالها وقال الإنسان ما لها. At least you have your paper, so it means you came prepared.
Yes.
You have 10 minutes to present your understanding of
Yes.
this beautiful chapter without any interruption. Thereafter, I have 10 minutes to seek clarification, to ask questions, to interrogate if you like. And then Sheikh Anwar will have 10 minutes also. And obviously the other 2 chapters you prepared coming to this place are Surah Al-Duha and then Surah Al-Inshirah. Most likely the questions we'll be asking you will be from Al-Duha and Inshirah, inshallah. Tafadhal.
Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So starting with the merits of reciting the surah, the Holy Prophet has said that if you recite this surah, it's the same as reciting the 2nd chapter of the Holy Quran, and you get the same reward of reciting a quarter of the Holy Quran. Now, the revelation of this surah, there's a discussion as to whether this surah was late Makkah or early Medinian. However, we're unsure. This surah talks about the Ashratu Sa'ah, yani the preliminary signs of Qiyamah. And it also talks about the earth being a witness, and it talks about the 2 groups of people. Coming to verse 1, إِذَا زُلْزِلَتِ الْأَرْضُ زِلْزَالَهَا. The usage of the word zilzalaha. So the usage of the word ha after the word zilzal goes to show that this is not any normal earthquake, but it's a special earthquake and it's a promised earthquake. It goes to show the power. The verse actually means when the earth will quake with its quaking. It doesn't say when the earth will quake. It says when the earth will quake with its quaking, going to show the power of this earthquake. Also, this verse starts with idha, followed by past tense, which goes to show the certainty of this earthquake that will happen. Verse 2 says, وَأَخْرَجَتِ الْأَرْضُ أَثْقَالَهَا. Sorry. Yeah, so there's a discussion as to what this athqal is. So there are 3 possible meanings. It could mean mankind. It could mean enormous boulders and lava, or it could mean treasures or minerals. However, as mentioned before, Allama Tabatabai says that whatever this athqal is, the athqal of the earth will be thrown out. And in Surah Al-Inshiqaq, it also says in the 4th verse that when the earth will cast forth what is God in it and it will become empty. Now this shows that the resurrection is actually a physical thing and it's not spiritual, because Inshiqaq says that the earth will become empty. Right, so the resurrection and Qiyamah will all be a physical matter. This is also reinforced in the 259th verse of Surah Al-Baqarah in the story of Nabi Uzair, when Nabi Uzair and his donkey are resurrected. And the verse even says, look how we clothe the bones, how we bring the bones together and clothe them with flesh. So this shows that the resurrection will be physical. Verse 3, وَقَالَ الْإِنسَانُ مَا لَهَا. So man will say, what's wrong with you, to the earth? So this shows that the earthquake will be sudden, it will be uprooting, and man will be shocked and confused. However, it's important to know that not everyone will be shocked. Some will be calm, as it says in Surah An-Naml, verse 89, and they will be saved from the terror of that day. So let's hope that we're part of that group, inshallah. Now there's a discussion as to who this insan is. Some believe, so it says in Marhum Tabarsi's Majmu Bayan, that it means disbelievers, whereas it could also mean mankind. However, it's interesting to see that in Ali ibn Ibrahim al-Qumi's Tafseer al-Qumi, it says that it could also mean Imam Ali alayhi salam, because there's a story in Allama Majlisi's Bihar al-Anwar in volume 41, page 254, that says that once there was an earthquake in Makkah, and so the people went to the first and second caliph to seek refuge from this earthquake. So the first and second caliph went to Imam Ali alayhi salam because they didn't know what to do either. And when they went to Imam Ali alayhi salam, they saw him calm and he wasn't worried about anything. So after that, the Imam went to a raised place. He went to a raised place and he whispered a few words and struck his hands on the ground. And then he asked the earth, what's wrong with you? And he told him to calm down. And after this, the earthquake stopped. After this, Imam Ali then said that I'm the insan that Allah talks about when he says, وَقَالَ الْإِنسَانُ مَا لَهَا. So there's a possibility that this insan is also Imam Ali alayhi salam. Verse 4 says, يَوْمَئِذٍ تُحَدِّثُ أَخْبَارَهَا. Yeah, so this verse literally means that the earth will report and it will tell Allah about our actions. And there are many ahadith about the reinforcing this fact. However, due to time constraints, I'll only mention one. Rasulullah is quoted to have said that, be careful of your ablution and the best of your deeds is prayer. And look after the earth because it is your mother, and there is not a single servant who does good or evil on it, but that it reports it to Allah. So it's pretty evident that the earth will definitely report to Allah. And so some people question how the earth will report. And so we can easily reply by saying that we can bear witness with photos and videos, so the earth can do the same thing with our actions. And in Surah Al-Yasin, verse 65, it says that our hands and feet will bear witness as well. So if our hands and feet can bear witness, so can the earth. So there's no question as to whether the earth will report or not. Verse 5 says, بِأَنَّ رَبَّكَ أَوْحَى لَهَا. The word awha comes from the word wahi. And here a question arises as to whether wahi is only through angels or not. The answer is pretty simple, and we can answer it through the Quran itself. In Surah An-Nahl, verse 68, it says, وَأَوْحَى رَبُّكَ إِلَى النَّحْلِ. And your Lord revealed to the bee. And it also says in Surah Al-Qasas, verse 7, وَأَوْحَيْنَا إِلَىٰ أُمِّ مُوسَى. And your Lord revealed to the mother of Musa. And in all those instances, an angel never came down. So wahi is not only through angels. Now another question that also arises is that can things speak? The answer can once again be found in the Quran. In Surah Al-Isra, verse 44, and in the first verse of Surah Al-Jumu'ah, the message that is portrayed is that everything glorifies Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's just that we don't understand their glorification. So everything does talk. Also, once in Surah Al-Fussilat, verse 21, it says that the earth will speak. The earth will tell humans that Allah, who makes things speak, has made us speak. So, and once again, if hands and feet can bear witness, if skin can bear witness, then so can the earth. Now, Al-Qarati brings a point here that so if the earth can understand our actions and it records it, and then she also reports it to Allah, that means that the earth has got consciousness. Verse 6 says, يَوْمَئِذٍ يَصْدُرُ النَّاسُ أَشْتَاتًا لِيُرَوْا أَعْمَالَهُم. The word ashtat is the plural of shat, which means scattered groups or fragments. And now there's another discussion as to whether, as to what these scattered groups and fragments are made up of. It could mean people from different religions will be in groups, people from different parts of the earth, people with different faces, so that's dark and dull faces, and people with bright and happy faces. Or people, believers with believers and disbelievers with disbelievers. Or as it says in Surah Al-Isra, verse 71, people will come with their leaders, and we shall call together all. We shall call together all with their respective imams. So there's a discussion based on that. Yasduru is a word that describes camels coming out of the watering place, excitedly coming out of the watering place. And so this, in this context, it describes humans coming out of their graves, ready for their reckoning in groups. Now, Allah describes us the deeds as being shown to us. لِيُرَوْا أَعْمَالَهُمْ. And so this shows that we won't be able to deny our actions because they'll be shown to us. They'll be right in front of us. The proof will be right there. So there'll be no denial of what we have done. Now there's another discussion as to what we will be shown. We'll either be shown the outcome, the records, the quality, or the embodiment of our deeds. We are unsure on that. Now verse 7 and 8, they talk about, they say, فَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ خَيْرًا يَرَى وَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ شَرًّا يَرَى. Everyone will see an atom's weight of good and everyone will see an atom's weight of bad. The word mithqal means heaviness or weight, and the word dharra has a few meanings. It either means a small ant, or it means the dust that's on one's hand when it's struck on the floor, or it means the dust floating in the air when a beam of light shines into a dark room. However, nowadays it also means an atom. Now, according to some, Imam Ali has narrated that these verses were revealed because some people were thinking low of charity. Some of the Sahaba, some of the companions of the Holy Prophet, they were saying that reward is given for things that we like, and small things is not among the things that we like. So these verses were revealed as an encouragement to do small good deeds because they will add up, and also as an encouragement to leave small bad deeds as they will also add up. Now it's interesting to note that some believe that these verses are contradictory to other verses that talk about ideologies such as habd, takfir and afu. Habd means the cancelling out of deeds. For example, once Rasulullah was talking to the Quraysh and he was preaching, and he said that every time you say Subhanallah, a tree is planted for you in Jannah. So a man said that, well, we must have thousands of trees in Jannah then. So then Rasulullah replied by saying, well, make sure you don't burn them. So this banning of the trees would be termed as habd then. Takfir is the transferring of deeds due to what one does to another. So this could be seen when one murders somebody, or when one backbites against someone else. The backbiter's bad deeds go to the victim, and the victim's bad deeds go to the backbiter. And the af means repentance. So if somebody does a bad deed, for example, he does a sin, however, it was not in his nature, and he committed that sin due to external sources. Maybe he was pressured into it, however, it was not in his nature to do it, and after that he feels repentful for it. Then Allah would change that bad deed into a good deed. So some people believe that these verses disagree with these three ideas. However, they simply don't, because these verses, they describe the last stage of your judgment. Hab, takfir and afu, they're just the first step of what will happen to you could term as the bank balance of deeds. For example, so if your deeds have gone through the process of habs, then you won't see an atom's weight of goodness. So these verses do not contradict.
Ahsant, your time is up. Now let's look at some clarifications from this chapter that you've just explained. And then inshallah we'll go to Surah Al-Duha. There is a verse in the Holy Quran which is referred to Al-Ayatul Jami'. Which verse is that? And why? And who said that?
I'm not sure.
Have you heard this before?
No.
Not at all.
No. It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure.
Sounds familiar? Can you double check the same surah as Zilzal? If there is a verse like that, maybe you heard something or you read. It is called Ahkamul Ayah fil Quran. Ahkamul Ayah fil Quran. It doesn't ring any bell. So something to double check here. There is a verse in this ayah. You mentioned the ayah, but you didn't mention its ahkam. And this is a tradition from the Holy Prophet. Why Prophet said is the ahkam is an encompassing verse. فَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ خَيْرًا يَرَهُ وَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ. It's massive, it's powerful verse. So something to take note of. You beautifully explained wahy. بِأَنَّ رَبَّكَ أَحْسَنْتُمْ. What's the root of أَوْحَالَهَا? You made some amazing cross-referencing. So I need to ask some questions there. Awha is from, what's the root of awha?
Is it wahi?
Ahsantum. What's the meaning of wahi?
Is it revelation?
What is revelation?
It could be a message from God to you.
How many forms of revelation do you have? Because you made some powerful وَأَوْحَيْنَا إِلَىٰ أُمِّ مُوسَىٰ.
Yeah.
One.
So there could be different stages of revelation.
So give me the stages, the meanings of revelations.
So one could be when Allah inspires someone to do something.
Ahsantum. So give me an example of when Allah inspires someone.
So like Musa,
Ahsantum.
Allah inspired her to put Musa in the basket.
What other type of revelation do we have?
When an angel comes down.
To the prophets of Allah,
like
isn't
Rasulullah,
it?
Yeah.
And then another example of revelation, format of revelation, if you like. What's other format of revelation? Allah speaks behind an object, or He created a sound, or He created sound, like in the case of Musa.
With the bush.
And he's called the spokesperson of God. Doesn't mean God spoke to him directly, isn't it? So, and you gave example of Nahl, isn't it? What type of revelation is that?
Could it be the inspired one?
Allah gave it some sort of consciousness and senses as it was needed at that particular time. Very good. Now let's move forward. لِيُرَوْا أَعْمَالَهُمْ. You, alhamdulillah, you tried to explain that ru'ya. What's the difference between ru'ya and nadhar? Sometimes Allah uses the word ru'ya, liyuraw especially. Or alam tara kayfa fa'ala rabbuka bi ashabil fil ru'ya. Wa iz yara alladhina zalamu ru'ya. But sometimes Allah doesn't use ru'ya. فَلْيَنْظُرِ الْإِنسَانُ إِلَىٰ طَعَامِ نَظَرٍ. What's the difference between the two?
Could one mean to see and the other one mean to understand?
Which one is to understand? Ru'ya bit-tahqiq they call. Which one is that?
The ru'ya.
Or the ru'ya. And another?
Another maybe to see.
Allah says, Prophet said, on the eve of Ramadan, يَنْظُرُ اللَّهُ إِلَىٰ عِبَادِهِ. He used the word another. Allah looks at his servant. Meaning what? You're right. I like the explanation.
To inspect maybe. To watch. To find out. Unconditional
attention. Inaya al-ilahi. So something also to look into. Now let's go to Surah Al-Duha. Surah Al-Duha, Habibi Dirani. Is it Makki or Madani?
It's Makkan.
Why is it Makkah?
You mean what makes the Makkan surah?
What makes this particular chapter Makkah? Someone comes and asks you, You cannot just tell the person, no, it is written in the Quran, it was revealed in Makkah. Huh? How do you explain to a person to convince him that indeed this chapter is from Makkah? Should I help you?
It could be the topics of this.
Very
surah.
good. So, what are the main characteristics of Makki chapter?
They talk about the usul
It's good. But can you explain that more?
It explains the different aspects of what makes a Muslim a Muslim.
Belief.
Belief, the core beliefs of Islam.
Belief. But which belief?
Tawheed, Nabuwat and Qiyamah.
Tawheed, excellent. So that's why you see Quran, when it talks of Medina, it said, Ya ayyuhal ladhina amanu. They are already into it. But Makkah, it was the beginning. So it's all about Tawheed, Tawheed. Stay away from shirk. Don't commit shirk. Very important. So if you look at this chapter, Doha, that's what it focuses on. Quickly, I've got like 2 minutes to go. Can you share with us some virtues of reciting Surah Al-Doha from the traditions of Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam?
There's a hadith from the Holy Prophet that says that one who recites this surah, it's as if
Continue.
Allah, yes, when one recites this surah, Allah is pleased with him, and it's possible that the Holy Prophet would intercede for him.
Excellent. From the Holy Prophet.
From the Holy Prophet.
Exactly. Very important. ممن يرضاه الله ولمحمد أن يشفع له. Allah will be pleased with you, and the Holy Prophet will intercede on your behalf. Question, Mr. Dirani. Someone comes and says to you, Habibi, I don't believe in intercession on the day of Qiyamah. I believe Allah is going to do everything. This whole question of intercession is neither here nor there. How do you explain to that person? Because you've just quoted that Wali Muhammadin an yashfa'ala.
Okay, so that would link to verse 5 of Surah Al-Duha. It says that and you'll be well pleased. So there's a discussion as to what would make Rasulullah well pleased. Would it be blessings from that Allah would give Rasulullah in the dunya or the akhirah? So in the dunya it would be victory against his enemies, or it could be the changing of the qibla from Baytul Muqaddas to Makkah. And the changing of the qibla is also mentioned in the Quran.
Where did the changing of qibla happen? Where? Which place?
You mean in the Quran?
No. Which place? You mention it now, then I need to.
In Baytul Muqaddas.
Changing of the qibla, where did it happen?
Oh, from Baytul Muqaddas in Israel to Makkah.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yes.
But where exactly did it happen? Where was Prophet?
He was looking at the sky, but I'm not sure exactly where he was.
Where was he looking at the sky? Which part of the world was he? Was he in the UK?
Nah, he was in Arabia.
Not really. He was in Arabia.
Arabia, yeah.
Where in Arabia?
I'm not sure.
Have you heard of Masjid Qiblatain? Where is Masjid Qiblatain?
I'm not sure.
But you heard of it?
Yeah.
Which part of the world is Masjid Qiblatain? Turkey. Istanbul. Do you agree with me? It is Istanbul? No. It's not in Istanbul. It's in Medina.
Medina.
You've been to Medina? Inshallah, Allah will bless you with Medina.
Inshallah.
You will see Masjid Qiblatain when the verse was revealed to Prophet.
Inshallah.
While he was leading people in prayers. What happened? You need to read that event. Lastly, in conclusion, can you tell us the reason for the revelation of this chapter, Surah Al-Duha?
Yes. There's a narration from Ibn Abbas that says that Rasulullah had it was 15 days since Rasulullah had received his last revelation. And so the people were mocking him and taunting him and jeering at him, saying that if your divine message is true, then the revelation wouldn't have stopped. And so there's a discussion. So people like Ayatollah Puya Yazdi say that this is a reply to those who used to mock Rasulullah. Whereas people like Sayyid Kamal Fakimani used to say that these are words of solace to Rasulullah, saying that Allah hasn't forsaken you. It says in verse 2 as well, that your Lord doesn't hate you, He hasn't forsaken you, nor does He hate you. And there's another story as well of the Holy Prophet and Angel Jibra'il. When Angel Jibra'il came down to Rasulullah to reveal the surah, the Holy Prophet told Jibra'il that you delayed whilst I was eager to see you. So Jibra'il said, I was more eager to see you, but I'm just a commissionary servant. I do not descend unless by Allah's permission. Also, one more thing that we're not sure as to how many days it was since Rasulullah received his last revelation, because the narrations span from around 3 days up till 40 days. So there's a bit of a difference in there.
Thanks.
Going back to Surah Al-Zilzal, you mentioned something interesting. That mankind, insan, they will say, Ma laha, what's going on? Why is the earth behaving in this way? And you interpreted insan, what did you say?
There are three possibilities. Either it's disbelievers.
Forget the narration about Imam Ali.
Okay.
Leave that aside.
It's either disbelievers or mankind.
The disbelievers or the mankind. And then you mentioned that the disbelievers will be frightened, but the believers will be
calm.
But this goes against what the verse is saying. The verse is saying that mankind will say, Ma'alaha, what's going on? They are shocked. Everyone is shocked at that state. The believers as well as the disbelievers. What's the difference between the believers and the disbelievers when they see the earthquake taking place?
It could be the levels of shock that people might be going through. So maybe those who believe and were very close to Allah, they might undergo a very small level of shock, but they will still be shocked. Hence Allah says that they'll be shocked, but they'll also be calm. So it might be, when the verse says that the people will be calm, it might be comparing it to, Allah might be comparing the people to the disbelievers. So the people might be less shocked compared to the disbelievers.
What do you mean by less shocked? When we use the word shock, replace it with fear. Mankind will be in fear. But how can you have more fear and less fear? Fear is fear.
So for example, if there was, you can have different levels of fear, just like with any other emotion.
How can you have different levels of fear?
So if, for example, if there was a spider here and someone's scared of spiders,
okay,
then the person might be scared of the spider. However, I think they'd be a bit more scared if there was a murderer standing in front of them.
Think of it this way.
Yeah.
There's a spider in front of me. I'm scared of spiders. That's one type of fear. The other type of fear is you turn the lights off. Yeah? And I have absolutely no vision whatsoever. That's a different type of fear. The difference between the fear of the believer and the disbeliever is that the believer knows exactly what is going to happen. But the fear, he's fearful as to what is happening. And he knows what's coming. Whereas the disbeliever,
he's oblivious.
He's oblivious. Everything that he denied is now unraveling in front of him. That's a different state of fear. And of course, the fear of the disbeliever will be greater, as you mentioned. Yeah? You mentioned that the earth has a level of consciousness. Is it possible to believe that the earth is conscious right now, rather than on the Day of Judgment?
Yeah, because again, Surah Al-Isra says that everything glorifies Allah. So if everything glorifies Allah, everything
what
is
is the
conscious.
verse?
I haven't got the Arabic, but the verse, I got the reference, verse 44 of Surah Al-Isra, or the first verse of Surah Al-Jumu'ah.
What does it say? I mean, in English, paraphrase.
Oh, it says that everything glorifies Allah, but you don't understand it.
Everything glorifies Allah. It's
But
just that
you just
do not
understand
its language. So yes, absolutely, everything has consciousness.
Yeah.
You mentioned the different variations of the meaning of dharra. فَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ خَيْرًا يَرَى.
Yeah.
The first interpretation you gave was?
A small ant.
The second was?
The dust that sticks to one's hand when the hand is struck on the floor.
The third was?
The dust floating in the air when a beam of light shines into a dark
Why
room.
do we have three different interpretations? And the fourth one is?
Possibly an atom these days.
Why do we have four different interpretations?
Different contexts. So these are
How is it
interpretations in the Arabic language.
You're right, different contexts, but why is there different contexts? It's common sense. Think about it. These four interpretations...
Because they've got something in common.
No, these four interpretations have developed. They've gone through a process of evolution over 1400 years. The latest interpretation is?
The atom.
The atom. And the earlier interpretation is? The dust that you see when a
beam of light
goes into a dark room, for example. Or the grain of sand. Or as Ali Abbas mentioned somewhere, the egg of an ant. So what's happening?
Changing.
From where it started to where it ended.
It's developed.
How is it developed?
The meanings enhanced.
So what's the common thing between these meanings?
They're all small. So like it goes to show Allah's accuracy and precision.
You're there. You're like 90% there. You're missing out one fine detail. What is the word dharra explaining?
Something small.
No. Refine it. Refine it even further. Small, yes, but?
That we know.
Ahsant. The smallest thing in existence. Now to the Bedouin Arab living in the deserts of Arabia, the smallest thing that he comes across is the dust particles that he sees when the light beams through a room. Or for example, later on they, find out an egg of an ant. Or the particles of sand. This is the smallest thing that they envisage. Today the smallest thing that we can see is?
An atom.
An atom. Yeah? So the word dharra is in reference to the smallest thing in existence. You mentioned the story of, you mentioned it in passing actually. There's a very interesting story of the last two verses of Surah Al-Zilzal.
Yes.
What's the narration behind it?
Which story?
فَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ خَيْرًا يَرَى.
Oh, regarding the Shan and Nuzul of it.
Shan and Nuzul, yes.
Yeah. So
what happened?
Yeah, so some say that Imam Ali has narrated that these verses were revealed because some people were not giving charity because they were thinking low of charity.
Was that a hadith of Imam Ali?
That's what some say.
But there was something specific that happened. No? They say a beggar came towards a group of men and said, give me charity, I'm in need of financial help, give me some charity.
I haven't heard of this.
And they refused him.
Okay.
And then he inquired, he's like, why? He said, because all we have is nuts and dates. And these aren't things that we like. And when we give charity, we should only give that which we
like.
So they drove the beggar away. And then of course the verse was revealed. That even if you have the smallest thing in your hand, for example, do not underestimate the good that comes from it, and do not underestimate the bad that comes from committing sins. Yeah?
Yeah.
Which was the second surah?
Duha.
Should we stop? Ahsant. Jazakumullah. Ali Rada.
Thank you.
God bless you, inshallah.
Very well done.
Keep up the good work, inshallah.
Thank you.
Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad.
Next person in 1 minute. Next person. Inshallah, give us a few minutes and then we'll start.
Okay, Madiha, eh?
Midhat.
What's your name?
Midhat.
Midhat. What's the meaning of Midhat?
Praise.
MashaAllah. You like the name?
Yeah.
Why do you like this name?
My granddad gave me it.
That's why you like it.
And it's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
What makes it beautiful?
Because it's Midhat Zahar, so praise of Zahar.
Huh?
It's Midhat Zahar, so praise of Zahar.
So what lesson do you learn from your name?
That I should be a source of praise for Bibi Fatima.
Have you been a source of praise for Bibi Fatima?
I'm going to try.
Inshallah, try. Yeah.
That's
Now, Midha, you've chosen Surah Tarteel, isn't it? Yeah. So, I mean, you've seen it, you know, they sent you the information. You'll have 10 minutes to demonstrate to all of us your understanding of the entire chapter. Thereafter, I will have 10 minutes to ask you either the same chapter, Surah Tarteel, or the two other chapters you indicated you prepared for, which is Surah Al-Zilzal and Surah Al-Qadr. Yeah? And then, of course, Sheikh will also have 10 minutes, and thereafter we're done, inshallah. Yeah? You are the last but one. After you will be the last person, inshallah. So, over to you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. I've chosen Surah 13 for my presentation, so I'm going to start with the translation of it. In the name of Allah, the most beneficial, the most merciful. By the fig and the olive, by Mount Sinai, by this secure town, we certainly created man in the best of forms. Then we relegated him to the lowest of the low, except those who believe and do righteous deeds. For them is everlasting reward. So what makes you deny retribution? Is not Allah the best of judges? So although this surah is short, as we can see, it demonstrates many important concepts, and the main focus of this surah is the difference between human beings and the necessity to judge between them. So there's an argument whether this surah is Makki or Madani. Commentators say that this surah is Makki because of the ayah Baladul Amin, which means the secure town, and this is a reference to Makkah. But this could also be Madani because it's not decisive whether it was revealed before Hijrah, which is actually why some surahs are Makki or Madani. It could be revealed during the conquest of Makkah. This surah starts with 4 qasams, which are very different. The first 2 are fruits, and the second 2 are references to places. The first, when I first read this, I asked the question to myself, why fruits? I mean, there's so many there's so many other creations that are more like magnificent and more special, like more, let's say, significant, like the sun, the moon, which are used in other short surahs like وَالشَّمْسِ وَالضُّحَاهَا and وَالْقَمَرِ. But Allah used Watteen and Wazaytun here. But some commentators have said that this is a sign, obviously this is a sign of Allah, and Allah can swear by anything, and size does not indicate significance. I learned a very important lesson here, that you shouldn't judge anything by its size, whether it's small or big. The significance depends on how much weight and, as in like how much, it doesn't depend on the size basically. Watteen was Zaytun. It has 2.
Sorry, can I? Ladies and gentlemen at the back, Can we have silence, please? Brothers, I'm not even being recognized. Yes, carry on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what teen was zaytun? This could have two sides, a physical side and a spiritual side. So they're both bounties of Allah and they could have either side. So the physical side of teen is a physical fruit. It gives you useful oils and it's very beneficial and it's put together in a harmonious way where you can see. But this can be used about any fruit. So what makes it special? Teen is only mentioned once in the Quran, whereas zaytun is mentioned 7 times in the Quran. One example is Surah Nur, ayah number 35, where it says, شَجَرَةٍ مُبَارَكَةٍ زَيْتُونَةٍ لَا شَرْقِيَّةٍ زَيْتُونَةٍ لَا شَرْقِيَّةٍ وَلَا غَرْبِيَّةٍ يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور. So this ayah is basically about the blessed olive tree where it's not from the east or the west and it gives out light whereas fire hasn't touched it. This, I think this is a beautiful gradient between the physical side and the spiritual side, because the physical side of the olive is, it can be used for oil. In the olden days, we used oil for, people used oil for lighting lamps and creating light. I think this is a metaphor for, it's evocative of the light of guidance coming from Allah, and this could be a metaphor for prophets as they were also sent from Allah for guidance. However, Teen doesn't have this description, so they can't be linked. So I'll look at the other two qasams and we'll see if there's a link. So the other two qasams are وَطُورِ سِينِينَ and وَهَذَا الْبَلَدِ الْأَمِينَ. Commentators have said that this is a reference to the places of revelation. So Tur Sinin is where Prophet Musa received revelation, and Balad al-Amin is where Prophet Muhammad received revelation. So we can probably link it back to the other two qasams, where they could be also referencing to places. So it was custom in the olden days whether to name mountains after the trees that grew there. So in Syria, a mountain in Syria had lots of fig trees growing there, and in Jerusalem, zaytun was common, olives were common. And these two are also references to places where prophets received revelation. We've seen that they're a common place for revelation. So in Syria, we've got Prophet Adam, Prophet Idris, and Prophet Nuh. And in Jerusalem, we've got Prophet Imran, Prophet Isa, and Prophet Lut, and many other prophets. So these qasams are generally, we can see they have a connection with God because the prophets receive revelation in the, have received revelation in these places. So we can see there's a connection with God in these 4 qasams. What I really like about these 4 qasams is that it's a beautiful gradient between physical to spiritual. It's the first qasam is teen, it's a physical fruit, it's beautiful, and it's very useful as well. Then comes zaytun, which is a shift between physical and spiritual. It's the useful oil, as we saw in as we saw in Surah Nur, and it's evocative of the light of guidance of Allah. Then we've got the last 2 qasams, which are spiritual, as they're the holy places where the prophets received revelation. And these qasams also link well with the next ayah, which is لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ, certainly created man in the best of forms. And we can also look at this in a spiritual and physical way. So if in a physical way, we see that humans are the best creations because we've got intellect and the brain, and we're better than all other animals because we can use these, and we have intellect, basically. In a spiritual way, we can see that insan can connect, communicate, and get closer to Allah, and they can also excel angels. This is mentioned in the Quran. A lesson I can learn here is that the reason of creation is to get closer to Allah. And we see this in another verse, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْإِنسَ وَالْجِنَّ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. And if I understand this verse, it defines everything in my life. The next ayah is ثُمَّ رَدَدْنَاهُ أَسْفَلَ سَافِلِينَ. If we go forward with the physical commentary, we see this as a deterioration of health and mental capacity, and when we are old, we become weak and completely dependent on other people. We see this in Surah Yasin as well. وَمَنْ نُعَمِّرْهُ وَنُنَكِّسْهُ فِي الْخَلْقِ أَفَلَا يَعْقِلُونَ. we cause him to decline in his powers when he grows old. But this doesn't make sense because the next ayah says, إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ فَلَهُمْ أَجْرٌ غَيْرُ مُمْنُونٍ, except those who believe and do righteous deeds. So believers don't get mental disorders, or like they don't reduce the mental capacity as they get old. So we look at the spiritual side here, which says humans can detach themselves from faith and do unimaginable things. They can do sins that make them worse than animals. Therefore, they can become asfala safilin. We have this elasticity that we have the potential to become the best, excel angels, or we can become the worst, become worse than animals. The next ayah is, إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ فَلَهُمْ أَجْرٌ غَيْرُ مَمْنُونٍ, except those who believe and do righteous deeds. So, we discussed this. فَمَا يُكَذِّبُكَ كَبَعْدُ بِالدِّينِ. So what makes you deny retribution? This is not addressing the Prophet, it's just addressing the listeners and readers. So it's for emphasis. So it's like a rhetorical question. And the last ayah is, أَلَيْسَ اللَّهُ بِأَحْكَمِ الْحَاكِمِينَ, is not Allah the best of judges? This ayah is interesting as this proves that Allah, because Allah is given, because we have given a human attribute in a way, because they're judges, like in courts and stuff. So is Allah not the best of judges? In a way we're saying, although human judges can discriminate, or maybe they try their best not to discriminate, Allah will never discriminate. On the Day of Judgment, there's no discrimination between ins, jinn, etc. So we have a really good example here between Prophet Adam and Bibi Hawa and Shaitan. So they both committed sins, not sins, but they both did something wrong. But Prophet Adam and Eve and Shaitan. Shaitan did takabbur, Prophet Adam and Eve ate from the forbidden tree. Yeah.
What did they do?
Prophet Adam and Eve. They ate from the forbidden tree. They ate the apple. Therefore, they did tarki awla.
We'll come to that, inshallah.
Okay. So there was a difference in intention, therefore there was a difference in response, therefore there was a difference in judgment. So one became, from Iblis, Iblis became Shaitan, and Prophet Adam and Eve became prophets. Prophet Adam became a prophet. So we can see the difference in response between Prophet Adam and Eve and Shaitan in the two ayahs. So Prophet Adam and Eve say, قَالَ رَبَّنَا ظَلَمْنَا أَنفُسَنَا, oh Lord, we have wronged ourselves. So they're taking the blame upon themselves and not blaming other people. And whereas Shaitan says, قَالَ فَبِمَا أَغْوَيْتَنِي, because you sent me astray. So there's a difference in response, therefore there was a difference in judgment. So Allah does not discriminate. Thank you.
Ahsant, Jazakallah khair. Now we go to our questions and maybe seeking some clarifications from what you mentioned. First thing first is just to go to the basics in trying to appreciate the chapter properly, because I think you are the first person who picked up this chapter. Yeah. The previous participants did not pick up this chapter. Surah Tarteel. Is there any reason for the revelation of this chapter? Share with us. You didn't mention that.
I don't think there's a hadith on this because I didn't come across it when I was doing research. But according to me, it's probably to inform humans about their potential in either way and to be careful about it and to use their potential in the right way and like to see consequences, to know that they have consequences for their actions.
Kindly mention some of the virtues
of the surah. No, I'm sorry, no.
Have you read something about the virtues or not?
I did read it, but I can't.
So can you remember something?
There was a hadith. It was on enlightening commentary. I don't remember it right now.
You can't remember at all?
No, sorry.
From who?
I think it was an imam. I'm pretty sure it was an imam. Imam Jafar Sadiq, maybe.
You're pretty sure?
Yeah.
Or from Prophet?
I read it like a few weeks back.
Oh wow! It means you started preparing a long time.
Yeah.
So there's a tradition from the Prophet, where Prophet mentioned whoever recited this chapter will be given two things. Two. Can you remember them?
No, sorry.
Afia and yaqeen. What is afiyah? Afiyat. You speak Urdu?
I do, yeah.
What is afiyat?
Can you give me a hint?
Afiyat.
That's
What hint can I give any more? You give the hint. Afiyat dige.
Can you say in an ayah? Because I'm pretty sure it was an ayah.
Lala, this hadith, I'm quoting an hadith from the Holy Prophet. أعطاه الله خصلتين.
Isn't that like love? Maybe, I don't know.
عافية عين ألف يتي.
I've heard it loads of times.
Yeah, I'm sure you heard it. Even it's in Urdu.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not in Urdu, Sheikh?
No, I don't.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Call a friend. Call a friend.
Maybe you call a friend or your mom, man, or something.
Yeah, can I do that? Is that allowed?
Not really.
No, but like just for
Your mom's itching to
Your
tell
mom, man, is itching to tell you what is
Itching to tell
afia.
you.
What is afia? We always ask Allah afia.
Love. Life. Life.
Life, health.
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 Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And yaqeen. What is yaqeen?
Oh, that's like belief, maybe.
Certainty.
Certainty. Yeah.
So whoever recited this chapter, Madama fi dari dunya, so long as you are in this world, the Holy Prophet said. But the Prophet said, فَإِذَا مَاتَ أَعْطَاهُ اللَّهُ مِنَ الْأَجْرِ بِعَدَدِ مَنْ قَرَأَ هَذِهِ السُّورَةِ صِيَامَ يَوْمٍ. Allah will give you the reward of a fasting of a day. So it's a very powerful chapter. Yeah? Okay, now let's move forward. What teen was zaytun? Teen was zaytun. You've done well. You try to look at the different meanings of teen and zaytun. Yeah. Can one of the meanings of teen and zaytun be a mosque?
No.
Really?
A mosque?
Yeah, a mosque. Some mosque somewhere. I'm not talking of Leicester Mosque.
I don't think so. Maybe, I mean.
You sure?
There needs to be some hadith to back it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there any hadith to back it up?
I think so.
Really?
You need to double check, isn't it?
No, I'd say it's. What I said was right because it's a reference to a place as it was customs in olden days. You know what I said? Yeah.
Yeah. Why is Makkah called Baladul Amin?
Oh, because it's a place. It's a city of safe. It's a secure town, and Allah has said that. It's known that in fiqh that you're not allowed to harm a single insect there, or like So it's secure. It's
Always in Makkah, you are not allowed to harm anyone.
No.
But in the UK, you are allowed.
Well, I mean, it's not ethical, obviously, but like you
No, forget about it's not ethical. Are you allowed to harm someone in the UK?
Islamically, no, but like people don't.
No, but legally, are you allowed?
No.
Islamically, are you allowed? So what is so unique about Makkah that you are not allowed? That's the question I'm trying
that nobody is harmed over there. It's like you're not.
Yeah, but reality is that's what's happening really on the ground. So how do you reconcile?
I mean, it's mentioned in other places as well. In Surah, I'm not sure what Surah is it. I think it's Ibrahim. When Allah said Prophet Ibrahim, "Kana baladan amina."
Yeah, I agree. Amina mutma'inna.
Baladan amina.
Wajnubni wa baniya an na'bud al-asnam. I agree. There are so many verses like that. So what if someone comes here and tells you, I've been there and I was harmed?
So people didn't follow for Prophet Imam Husayn as well. He what's it called again? The Yazid people, they bought swords and everything.
No, Allah promised in Quran. Man dakhalaha kana amina. Whoever enters Makkah, he's safe and protected. So somebody comes to you, midha. I've just been there and I never felt protected and safe.
Oh, that's because Muslims aren't following it.
Yeah, but Allah promised, why can't He protect me?
Well, I don't know, it's a hadith or something by the Prophet. It's like, do something first and then tawakkul.
What is
tie the camel first and then do tawakkul.
So if I tie the camel, I will be protected?
No, that's a metaphor.
So explain that metaphor.
The metaphor is like you do your bit first and then you put your trust in Allah.
So say I go there, I do all my bits. All that.
What's your bit?
I protect myself. I make sure I'm with the right people. I'm even next to police. Everything. But then I come back, I said, you know what? When I went for tawaf, somebody hit me hard on my neck.
was probably an accident,
Yeah,
dude.
for Allah said, I protect you.
You know, I can't answer that. Like, it's like Muslims need to follow it.
Yeah, but Muslims follow it.
I mean, other Muslims as well.
Something to think about, yeah?
Yeah.
If Allah says something, what does it mean? Is there any conditions there?
No, I don't think that, yeah, obviously there are conditions for every verse. But I'd say Allah has promised it. So maybe in the near future, like, you know, when Imam Mahdi comes and the whole world is peace and everything, the most secure place would be Mecca, probably. And definitely, but yeah.
Oh, sure.
It says it in the Quran. So.
Where in the Quran?
Here.
Show me.
Hada baladan amin. It's
Yes,
a
but the
secure
Bible
town.
does not say when Imam Zaman come, that will be the safest place.
Because isn't there a hadith or something where, oh no, it's known to everybody, like since kids you know it, that when Imam Zamana comes, everywhere is going to be safe. You're going to see
Everywhere in the world will be
yeah,
safe. There will be social justice everywhere.
No, like there's going to be, I swear there was this hadith that you're going to see a lion and a deer drinking from the same pond. So that's very peaceful.
There will be safety everywhere, I agree.
That one, yeah.
But now my question is not yet answered properly.
What was the question again?
I've been there, I got harmed, and Allah says when you enter, you are safe and protected. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
Park it somewhere in your hard drive. Sinin. Waturi Sinin. What is Sinin? I don't want the translation of Sinin.
It's the name of the mountain where Prophet Musa went for revelation. He went 40
Is
days.
there any opinions on the term Sinin?
I mean, there could be.
Okay, share some of those opinions with me.
The commentary I read was very simplified. It said it was to the point. It was like, it's the place where Prophet Musa received revelation. I didn't read more.
You didn't read more.
I mean, when I got the answer.
What's the root of the word Sinin?
Can I guess?
Yeah, why not?
Sanaya
To some extent, you've done all.
or Sayana?
To some extent. To some extent. I can give you maybe 30 or by 100.
Can you give me the answer then?
Yeah, obviously. I will give you the answer if you want.
Yeah.
It's not Sanaya.
Is it Sayana?
It's what?
Sayana. Is it that?
Sayyina. Meaning what?
There was a majlis like a few weeks back. You know when
Majlis is always in trouble, man.
there was someone's nikah ceremony and the Mulana was like Sinin, or he said something along the lines where
Sayyina, Sina, some call it. Yeah.
that one, yeah. He
Yeah.
said, what did he say? It was I think. Wait, I'm sorry. He said something. He said about it's not knife, it's something else, but I don't remember what the something else is.
Okay. Of course, it has different meanings.
Yeah.
Some may refer to it as a tree, shajara. So you need to explore that
No, what?
in depth of the verse.
So Sayana means
Could be.
tree.
Yeah, that's another meaning of sinin.
It could be tree.
Another possible meaning of sinin.
Okay.
Yeah, so you need to explore
I
in
will.
depth of the
I
entire
will,
chapter.
yeah.
Yeah?
I will, yeah.
You have a great potential, so you need to explore more.
I will, yeah.
Inshallah. So all these points you need to take
I will,
note of them.
yeah.
Is of great importance if you want to appreciate the chapter in depth.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The next one is taqweem. What do you understand by taqweem?
The translation here says form, so
Yeah, that's okay. لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ. Forget about the translation. Now I'm not dealing with any translation.
Okay.
I'm dealing with tafsir now.
okay.
Taqweem.
Taqweem. I'd say it would come from the root word qawama.
Okay, very good.
Qawama, it sounds like qawm, so maybe tribes and, little groups. So taqweem, different groups, different types of...
Not really.
I don't know.
You see, you've got an excellent idea in your mind.
Yeah.
Had you read more,
No, I was supposed
you would have smashed this.
No, I was going to, but I'm in A-levels, and I've got tests
Yeah,
and
A-level and member is always exclusive. But I agree. It's impressive that you came even because A-level, I know how hard it is.
Yeah.
Because you have really, I feel you've got like...
I do, and it's
some
very
serious
interesting.
potential there.
Yeah.
Had you read more, I think you would have killed it, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, so keep it up, man.
I will.
My last question because of time, man. Allah Akbar, I've got so many, I don't know which one to ask now. Give me the reason for the revelation of Surah Al-Qadr.
I know this one. Basically, there's a hadith that says that the Prophet saw in his dream that the Banu Umayyah were taking over the minbar.
I don't want that one. We had that before. I don't want that one.
I read that as well.
Yeah, I don't want that one.
That was a revelation.
Yeah.
Just from me. I don't have any other
Yeah, not from you, not from your pocket. From the teachings of Ahlul Bayt. Someone comes to you, Medaha,
yeah,
and says to you, where do you get this from that a worship of one night is equivalent to
1,000 months. So it's like a very big number. It's a metaphor for like a massive number. So it's like...
Oh, it's a metaphor. It's not real.
It could be real as well. There are multiple...
It could be.
It could be.
So it's not real.
You don't know. There's multiple interpretations. You know, someone said that...
Who is that someone?
I know this one. There's the Zakira, Majibin auntie. My mom's a big fan of her.
Okay, your mom is behind me.
Well, she keeps listening to us. I listen to her as well sometimes. So
she's good, man.
She's really good.
Yeah, but then, is it a metaphor or is it real?
No, she said that there's 7 layers of the Quran. And
yeah, I understand 7 layers of the Quran. Numerology is one of the layers of the Quran. But this one, is it a metaphor or is something real?
You know how like many ayahs, like lots of ayahs...
No, forget about many ayahs. I'm focusing on this one only.
This ayah has multiple interpretations.
So give me one.
The one metaphor...
Who mentioned it?
I don't know.
Yeah, so I need either Ahlul Bayt or Prophet, not Sheikh Nur or somebody.
I have sources. I have a website.
What's the name of the website?
Enlightening Commentary.
Yeah, it's not a website, it's a Quran
No, it
commentary.
has lots of hadith and everything.
Yeah, it's a Quran commentary. We have it here. I have it here just now.
I have it as well.
So what's the other possibility?
It's a metaphor, or it can be a very specific number. So if you change 1,000 months into years, you get 83 years, which is one lifespan, approximate lifespan. So it's like that one night, the ibadah you do in that one night is equal to what you do in your whole life. So it's very important. It doesn't come every day.
You need now, your assignment is go and look for the reason for the revelation of
how many homeworks
that
do I have?
ayah.
Okay.
That ayah, of course I've given you more, that ayah.
Okay.
Or next time I see you or your mom, I will ask if you've done the homework.
I will do it.
That ayah you check. Why did Allah reveal to the Holy Prophet that worship of one night is
1,000 months.
Ah.
Oh yeah, I know this one.
Khayrun min alfi shahr.
I know this one. So basically, the Umayyads approximately ruled the thing for...
Yeah, I don't want that. Umayyah, I heard a lot of. Umayyah, I heard a lot of that, Umayyah.
I think that's the only one I know.
There is another one. In fact, there are 2 traditions.
Can I know them?
Yeah.
Can you tell me?
If you read Taba ya Allama, if you read Ayatollah Makarim Shirazi, for example, Allama Tabrasi, one of you mentioned earlier on Majmu al-Bayan, you look at these, verses or chapters, you will come across so many reasons for the
Can you give me
revelation.
one reason, apart from the Umayyad?
Reason is that Prophet was explaining to his companions about one follower of Prophet Musa alayhi salam. So you know it, but why are you telling me metaphor?
No,
May Allah bless your soul.
No, please, I read it like, yeah. So basically, the Prophet was telling about Prophet Musa's companion, like a person from the time of Prophet Musa. He was in the state of jihad for 80.
Excellent.
Yes, he was in the state of jihad for 83 years, and
Now because I remind you cannot get marks for this.
why not? I mean, I know it.
I gave you all the tips.
It was a hint.
That hint was too deep. But you've done well, at least you remembered, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
The surah Wattini was Zaytun. So Allah is talking about the fig and then the olive, and then he jumps to
Tur Sinin
and then he talks about
Balad al-Amin.
what's the connection between these 4 things? It's
Ah.
as if Allah, what He's done is He's separated it into 2 categories.
Yeah.
2 places, 2 fruits.
Yeah.
But in reality, all 4 of them, according to one opinion, have a connection. What is that connection?
They're all linked to places. They're all references to places.
And what do these places
Have in common?
have in common?
They were the places of revelation where the prophets of Allah received revelation.
Which prophets?
So Tur Sinin was for Prophet Musa. Baladul Amin for Prophet Muhammad. Teen and Zaytun, so like their references to different places, Syria and Jerusalem. And there were many prophets there. It was a very common place.
There's one prophet in particular.
Prophet Ibrahim.
No?
I have Prophet Adam, Idris and Nuh.
Jerusalem.
Oh, Prophet Isa. He was born there.
Ahsad.
Yeah.
And then Baladul Amin.
Prophet Muhammad.
What do all of these prophets have in common?
Are they the Ulul Azm?
Ahsad.
Yeah.
You should have made that connection. Yeah?
Yeah.
Allah is talking about the revelation that He has given to the top, the elite of His prophets. Yeah. Look how Allah is now beginning the surah. He's now starting the surah with a very powerful concept that the best of His messages have been given to the best of His people. So now He's created a very heavy introduction.
Yeah.
He's talking about the greatest or the heaviest of His messages given to the elite of His prophets.
Mm-hmm.
What is that message?
To believe in one God? Tawheed.
No, the verse.
Oh, yeah. لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ.
See, Allah is creating like a build-up.
Yeah.
He's building us up. What are you trying to tell us? لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ التَّقْوِيمِ.
So the goal, the aim is to be like them? No, yeah. So they're the best of forms. We have to be like them.
That we have created man in the best of forms.
Mm-hmm.
What is this form?
Insan.
What is the potential of insan?
To do the best, excel angels, and to be
loftier than the greatest of angels.
Yeah.
Or
vice versa, be worse than animals.
ثُمَّ رَدَدْنَاهُ أَسْفَلَ السَّافِلِينَ. Now, with the aid of other verses in the Quran, can you explain to me the different levels of how a human being can regress?
Physically or spiritually?
Spiritually.
So I don't know like in stages, but I can give an approximate if that's okay.
Go ahead. Approximate will do.
I don't have ayahs.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
I can give from my opinion.
Okay, whatever's in your head.
Yeah. So we start at the highest. So let's say Prophet Adam, maybe he was at the highest place, but no, wait.
No, that doesn't work. So the highest is maybe, who's the highest? Prophet Muhammad. He's the best creation. No, nothing to do with that. Okay, then what I as a human being right now. Yeah. Yeah? I can regress. Yeah. When I commit sins, it pushes me down. It does. You mentioned something interesting. رَدَدْنَاهُ أَسْفَلَ السَّافِلِينَ. You become worse than animals. Yeah. But becoming an animal is not the worst thing that a human being can reach. No. Yeah? Yeah. So I commit sins. I'm giving you hints here. Oh, so I'm giving you sins. What happens? You go lower down in your... I regress. Until... You're at the stage of animals and then below animals. I become like animals. Yeah. Meaning that an animal is better than me. What does that mean? That means your spirituality has regressed so much that... How so? How so? Because you've committed so many sins and you've stopped using your... And what is the effect of that? That you're not good. How? Because you've committed so many sins, you've stained your heart. No, you're going in circles. What does an animal lack that we have? Intellect. They follow their instincts. They live on instinct. We have the intellect. And yet we choose not to use it. Yeah, sometimes. So we regress and we become like animals. Mm-hmm. We cease to use our intellect. No, there's a stage worse than that. We become worse than animals. Animals are better than us. Why? Because they don't have the intellect. Yeah. We do, and we choose not to use it. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Yeah. Make sense? Makes sense. Then the verses, there are other verses in the Quran that go on even deeper. That no, the human being does not become worse than an animal. He becomes like? The heart of the human being becomes hard like a stone, rock. That state is worse than being an animal, or worse than an animal. Yeah. And then there's the final stage. What is it? The last stage. When you just follow, what do you do? Do you know? What's harder than a rock? Iron. What's harder than a rock? Not stone.
I think some metal maybe, you know.
It's too high.
I'd say some metal because metals are quite strong and hard.
Metal. The Quran doesn't talk about metal.
It does. Iron.
The Quran mentions it becomes like the hardness of the mountain rocks. Like the mountain. You know how tough the mountain rocks are?
No.
It's obviously it's harder than the normal rocks that you would find
Mhm.
in the parks and in the pavements and so on and so forth.
Mhm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So these are the different levels and stages that a human being can regress. Now this is very interesting ayah. We don't have much time, but we'll mention it anyways. Yeah? Okay. Ahsantum.
Only
Jazakumullah.
ask one, ask one.
Ask
What lessons have you learned from this verse?
Oh, yeah. So, what Tini was saying when I mentioned that, and I said that Allah is the creator of size and everything, and size is not important. I learned that size does not equate significance. So you don't look at the size and just judge that it's significant or not. The second lesson I learned was the reason of creation. So لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ. So there's potential for man to become better than angels. So I need to use my potential well and, you know, not regress, instead progress. And my last lesson is to treat people with fairness and judgment. Fairness, yeah.
Thank you, Vidat. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Ahsanti.
That-
Ahsanti.
And keep exploring verses of the Quran.
I will. Thank you.
It will help you to pass your A-level. Next person, I think is the last candidate, inshallah.
Alaykum salam. Just give us a minute.
You are the last, so last we go full force. What we've not asked, we're gonna come full force with all the bullets. Don't worry, we'll be tired. Inshallah, in a minute.
قليلا yeah. Do it, that's fine.
Were you here in the morning?
No.
No.
I wasn't here, eh?
This is our famous option.
Okay. Baqarah 23, yeah?
Yeah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وإن كنتم في ريب مما نزلنا على عبدنا فأتوا بسورة من مثله وادعوا شهداءكم من دون الله إن كنتم صادقين صدق الله العلي العظيم. So, Surah Al-Baqarah, ayah number 23. This ayah is very interesting because it is an open challenge
to the people of the time, not only the people of the time, but the people of all ages. It is a challenge to say to produce something like the Quran. And it is a challenge which has not been completed till today. And the challenge is open in the sense that it lets people bring all their witnesses, all their shuhada. Imam Husayn al-Askari says that this shuhada'akum means that you can bring, it's a message to all the pagans. You can use all your idols to help you. It's a message to all the Christians and your Jews. You get help from wherever you want. Well, you will not be able to do this. Okay? Now, so Allama Tabatabai says that this verse has two claims to it. The first claim is that supernatural things or miracles can happen. And the second one is this claim, this challenge. If this challenge is not met, then that means that the first claim automatically can happen, meaning supernatural things and miracles can happen. Now, let me just set the scene here. So this ayah or this surah was revealed in Medina. And most tafsir say that it was revealed in the first 2 years in Medina. So this is after Hijrah, right? So let me set the scene. At this stage, there are people becoming Muslims now. Some people are becoming Muslims because of the Prophet's character, his akhlaq. Some people are listening to the Quran, and that's why they are becoming Muslim. But there are some people who are becoming Muslim because other people are becoming Muslim, or there are some people who become Muslim because either they are scared. More importantly, there are some people that become Muslim because they want to cause fitna and fasad from within. And the first few ayahs of Surah Baqarah actually talk about this in the sense that it builds up to it. So from ayah 2 till 5, the surah talks about the believers. From ayah 6 to 7, it talks about the disbelievers. And from ayah 8 to 20, so many ayahs, it talks about hypocrites. So I think just before this verse, 23, it talks about the hypocrites and those who commit shirk. And then it gives them a big challenge straight away. You know, you've got these issues with the Quran, with the Prophet. Again, Imam Husayn Askari says the people at the time, the Quraysh and the Jews, they were denying the Quran, saying that this was clear magic and fabricated. So they were saying that the Prophet has come up with it himself. It is not from Allah. They were trying to disregard it. But this challenge is saying, no, this Quran is from Allah through the Prophet. And there are a few words in the ayah which prove this. The first one that proves this is the word nazzalna. Okay, the word nazzalna, basically it means it's sent down in stages. So as we know, the Quran was sent down in 23 years. Now me as a 30-year-old, when I was 20, my thinking was different. Right now my thinking is different. In 20 years' time, my thinking will be different, right? So the Holy Prophet, over 23 years, how come the Quran stayed consistent? The message was the same, right? If it is from him, then there would be changes in the message, but the message stayed the same. So this is one of the proofs that this actually is a miracle. Another question is, other prophets had miracles. The Prophet himself had miracles in his lifetime. For example, when he went to Syria, the cloud that gave him shade. Or for example, there was times where he could move trees to cover him when the disbelievers were trying to look at him to see what he's doing, etc. So he had miracles in his lifetime. Why is this miracle different? So the reason this miracle is different because, let me just set the scene again. At that time, the Arabs, we think of them as backwards, but they were at the peak of eloquence, right? That is one thing they had mastered. So this challenge came to them at that time, and they could not, they would rather fight in battles and get killed than try to beat this challenge. They couldn't do it. There were people that did try. For example, there was someone called Musaylama who posed as a prophet, and he tried to do something. Yeah, he tried to do something like Surah Fil, but his one was, it was just poetry. It had no substance. Like, I've got it here. He said, the elephant, what is an elephant, and what will make you understand what the elephant is? It is an unwholesome tail and a long trunk. When Allah has His surahs, right, they have a meaning, they have direction. They take you somewhere. It's not just fancy words put together just to make you think that sounds nice. So one of the miracles of the Quran is a rhythm, right? It's a rhyming. The Quran rhymes no matter what it talks about. Yeah? That's one of the miracles of the Quran. The second miracle of the Quran is the knowledge that it has. It talked about the past prophets, and there's stories in there which even the other books didn't have. So there's extra knowledge in there. It's got prophecies on the unseen. It's given, it says stuff about the future. So if you think of it this way, if the prophet made predictions about the future and they were not true, imagine how they could just, ridicule the prophet. That's how confident, he was that this is from Allah. The other thing was, and I can't read my handwriting. The other thing was there are scientific things in there. It talks about how as humans are born, coming from the drop of semen, for example, or it talks about the mountains being pegs. It talks about so many scientific things, right? There's no discrepancies in the Quran. And Allah says this in Surah 4, ayah number 82, that if this came from anybody else, you would find discrepancies in the Quran. And there's another one about abrogated verses. This one is a bit complicated. But what I could understand from Allama Tabatabai was in Surah Baqarah, ayah number 109, ending of the verse, he basically says, pardon and overlook them until Allah has His command. So sometimes Allah gives a clause. There's a reasoning behind everything. There might be a rule at a certain time, but Allah said it might change, right? So there's logic behind that. Okay. Okay, the other thing I've missed out was, so this is obviously a Medina surah, right? And there are two other ayahs in the Quran which are very similar to this that came before in Makkah. So the first one which I saw was in Surah 17 Al-Isra in ayah number 88. So should all humans and jinn rally to bring the like of this Quran, they will not bring its like even if they assisted one another. So logically when I saw this came in Makkah, so it came before this verse that we're talking about. And in this verse, Allah challenges them to bring the Quran. Obviously, they didn't bring the Quran. So then another verse came. Again in Makkah, Surah Hud, which is Surah number 11, ayah number 13. Do they say, he has fabricated it? Say, then bring 10 surahs like it, fabricated, and invoke whoever you can besides Allah, should you be truthful. Again, the same word is used here, truthful, same as in our ayah, which is Sadiqeen. So from bringing a whole Quran, from bringing 10 surahs to bringing one surah, and as we know, the smaller surah in the Quran can be as small as Surah Al-Kawthar or Surah Ikhlas. So are you telling me the people of the time couldn't bring something this small? They could have finished Islam off if they did that, really. But 1400 years later, we're still here and we're still adhering to Islam. Now I want to talk about a few words in this ayah because I'm interested in ilm al-Quran. The first word in this ayah is وَإِن كُنْتُمْ فِي رَيْبٍ. So this word rayb, which means doubt, when I looked into it, it is a doubt with suspicion. So these people were not genuinely wanted to learn. They wanted to spoil the mission of Islam. They had malice in their doubt. The next word was nazalna, which I spoke about earlier. There's another word which is inzal, which is similar, which is when the Quran was revealed in one go to the heart of the Prophet in the night of Qadr. But this one, when it came to us, was in stages. There's another word here which was suratin, which is sur, which actually comes from a wall, right? A wall is something which is so high that you can't jump over it. In the same thing, a surah is a whole package. It is not something you can just copy without any direction, without any meaning. It is a comprehensive thing. The other word here was mithli. This is very important, very important. So when it says here that to bring, if you are in doubt of what we have sent down to our messenger, bring something like it. It doesn't only mean bring something like the Quran only. It means bring something like it from someone who was untaught like the Prophet, someone who was never seen to have a teacher, someone who, some people say that he might have copied it when he went to Syria. But when he went to Syria when he was small, or when he went on behalf of Bibi Khadija, there were people all around him. He didn't learn from anybody else. I'll just say one or two more points, sorry, if you don't mind. One last point.
You have a few minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. The other word here was sadiqeen, which I found interesting, which means someone who's extremely truthful. Sidq is someone who is in accordance with reality. His actions are in accordance to reality. Obviously, the people who were challenging the Prophet were not part of Sidq, or their actions were otherwise. Okay. Okay, we'll leave it there. You can ask me questions.
That's it.
So thank you, Brother Shabir. There are a few things I need to clarify with you before I ask my questions, because you mentioned them in passing. So what's the difference between anzalna and nazalna?
So nazalna is something that comes down in stages. Anzalna is in one go. And what I got here is I think anzalna is from inzal, right? And the example I read was something that came in one go to the heart of the Prophet, whereas nazalna is in stages.
Another clarification is you mentioned ilm al-Quran. So what's the difference between ilm al-Quran and tafsir al-Quran?
I just mentioned it in the sense that I did a course which was called Ilm al-Quran.
Yeah, so it's fine. So what is ilm al-Quran?
Is ilm, I guess, is knowledge of the Quran.
What does it entail?
Ilm could it be the real knowledge, or?
So what did you study in that course?
I just studied about the words and the meaning of the words and the secrets of the words.
And it is called
Ilm al-Quran.
Really? So what is the plural of ilm?
Alim is someone who teaches.
Yeah, that's okay. It's from the same root.
Yeah.
You've got the ilm. What's the plural of ilm?
I'm not sure.
Ulum.
Ulum, okay.
So ilm al-Quran, ulum al-Quran. English translation?
Ilm is knowledge of Quran, and
so what's the translation of ilm al-Quran?
Ilm is just knowledge of Quran.
Not really.
What is
Science of Quran.
Science, did you say?
Yeah, science. That's ulum al-Quran.
Okay, the subject of Quran, the science of Quran.
Ulum al-Quran, science. So what's the difference between science of Quran and exegesis of Quran? Because you mentioned in passing that, because I like ilm al-Quran.
So
I thought I need to stop you here.
Okay. Exegesis of Quran could be the deeper meanings of the Quran, maybe from the Ahlul Bayt, who have the inner knowledge from Allah as to what, it actually means.
So that's tafsir.
Yeah.
So exegesis meaning tafsir, meaning we're trying to give the possible meaning of the verses of the Holy Quran. Yeah.
Okay.
And then ulum al-Quran, the science meaning what? What do you study in the science of Quran?
So I don't understand.
Habibi.
Yeah.
We're not going to take much time on this because then we want to go there.
Okay.
You've got sciences of Quran, ulumul Quran.
Okay.
And you have tafsirul Quran. These are two different things. Although they all relate to one thing, it's all about the book. Tafsir you mentioned, try to get the possible meanings of the verses of the Holy Quran. That's tafsir. And you've got different forms of tafsir. But you've got something called ulum. Anyone who appreciates ulum al-Quran will have more grasp of the verses of Quran than the one who never.
So science of Quran, could it be like the language of Arabic?
Something. Somewhat. But we're talking of revelations. Okay. We're talking of abrogation.
Okay, I understand now. The history, the contents.
Content, very important. Because if you don't understand the historical background of a verse, you may memorize, you may chew who they call. But then when you are pain, you can't answer. Okay. You may quote a verse which is abrogated, and somebody may ask you, why is this verse abrogated? So understanding the ulum al-Quran is very, very important. So when you hear technically scholars say the ilm al-Quran, ulum al-Quran, they're not referring to just general knowledge of Quran, but rather referring to the science of Quran. Ahsantum. Now let's move forward. This verse, وَإِن كُنْتُمْ فِي رَيْبٍ مِّمَّا نَزَّلْنَا عَلَىٰ عَبْدِنَا فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِّثْلِهِ وَادْعُوا شُهَدَاءَكُم مِّن دُونِ اللَّهِ إِن كُنْتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. Let's stop there a bit, as I need to have an idea of your take on the verse. This verse, What's the theme of this verse?
It's a challenge, and miracles is the theme. I would say in terms of the theme is a challenge, and the challenge is not met, meaning it makes it a miracle.
Is it a challenge or is it a miracle or something else?
So the challenge makes it a miracle. That the challenge has not
How
been
does
met.
the challenge makes it a miracle?
So the fact that the challenge has not been met, as in it's not been nobody's been able to meet the challenge, means it's a miracle. Mankind can't meet this challenge, so it's.
So can we say the verse is looking at miracle?
Yes.
Why is this verse looking at miracle?
Sorry, can you explain a bit?
The
more?
verse
Yeah.
talks of miracle. Why? Is it out of blue?
No, because obviously the verses before.
Fantastic. So
Yes.
now tell me about the verses before.
So the verses before, for example, when it talks about hypocrites, so ayah number 8 of Surah Baqarah says, we have faith in Allah and the last day,
Lovely.
but we have no faith. So these are the hypocrites, and they were trying to undermine Islam by getting in Islam. In that
So
sense.
hypocrisy. 1, 2.
The second one is shirk. So ayah number 20
Ahsantu.
talks about it talks about the bounties that Allah gave, the sky, the earth, but then it says you have associated partners with Allah.
So you've got shirk, you've got hypocrisy.
Yes.
Therefore, this verse is for what?
Is to basically, it's just to disprove them, right?
Response to them.
So what I found interesting was, okay, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, go on.
What I found interesting was when he was trying to disprove them.
Yeah.
I've lost it.
It will come back, inshallah. This verse is in response to hypocrisy and kufr, Habibi.
Yeah. Yes.
Allah is responding to them. He's challenging them.
Yeah.
But bottom line, miraculous nature of this message. Quran.
Yeah.
Or prophets, if you like.
So came to me now. So, you don't need a miracle to believe in this religion. The miracle is just there for people who want a miracle to believe in Prophet Muhammad. But if to believe in Islam, you need logic and reasoning.
That's under general Habib.
Yeah.
This verse is talking something else. Those people denied.
Yeah.
They were hypocrites. They were disbelievers. That necessitated this. What is in this verse? Now question. That hey, Dhamir is a Dhamir.
Yeah.
Pronoun.
Personal pronoun.
What is it there for? What is it referring to?
So, I think it's referring to, doesn't just mean like the Quran, but like it meaning someone like the Prophet who was untaught. So it's referring to the Prophet.
The Prophet or something else?
So, obviously it's talking about the Quran, bring something like the Quran, but also something like the Quran from someone like the Prophet.
Where did you get this answer from?
So this I got from in Al-Mizan, I saw this, and also in Imam Hassan Askari's.
You mentioned verses earlier on, and those verses are explaining this easily.
Yes.
Quran bil Quran.
Yeah.
You mentioned chapter Hud.
Yeah, chapter Hud. Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah, I've got it here.
Yeah. What does the verse say?
Then bring 10 surahs like
Ahsantu.
it, meaning this is the Quran. Yes.
So it explains this verse.
Yes.
Bring the likes of this.
Yeah.
So mithlihi it is.
Yeah.
Even you go to chapter 2 again, you'll come across another verse. Fa'tu bi hadithin mithli aw min mithlihi. Also explains this one. So fine. Now look, the ayah challenges the hypocrites and disbelievers. Tahaddi they call in Arabic. Which part of this ayah is a challenge? I just need the part only.
Okay.
Then I have a question.
Then produce a surah like it and call upon your helpers or witnesses. That
In
is the
kuntum
challenge.
sadiqin. Ahsant. Why would Allah challenge someone?
Because they're claiming otherwise. They're saying that this, they're claiming the Prophet Muhammad has fabricated this and the Quran is not from Allah.
Is there any verse in the Holy Quran where Allah challenges people? Then if you get me those verses, it explains this verse, then I'm done. I rest my case.
No, I don't have.
You mentioned them in your.
So I've got the. So is it the Surah Al-Isra, which is a challenge to men and jinn?
Verse 88. You mentioned that.
Yes, 88. Yeah. So it's a challenge to all of mankind, not just humans. It's a challenge to humans and jinn to bring something like the Quran, even if they were assisted by anyone. And yeah. So this
and
is a
chapter
challenge.
Hud, you also mentioned chapter Hud.
Yes.
Verse 12.
So
verse 13 and 14.
So I got yes, Al-Isra 88 and Al-Hud 13.
13 even and 14. I'm yakulun after. It's a challenge. So Allah throws the challenge to them. What would necessitate Allah throwing challenge to someone?
If they were ignoring the clear signs of Allah and if they were intentionally, going against that challenge or, going against the message.
Yeah.
And if they were, even if they didn't believe in it, but they were stopping others from going towards it, they were actively against the truth.
Really? What is actively going against the truth?
It's someone
that
who,
will necessitate
so
a serious challenge from
so
Allah.
like in the times of the Prophet, before he moved to Medina, they were getting he was getting prosecuted, right? His people were getting prosecuted. They were getting attacked. They were getting. They used to scare people so much that they'd put cotton buds in their ears so they wouldn't hear the Quran. That's the fear that they had to that level. So it was like an intensive campaign against the Prophet.
Arrogance.
Yeah.
Arrogance. Okay, fine. It's not a fight. Bring yours. Let's march it. Inshallah. Sheikh, Bismillah.
Shabir.
Assalamu
Alaikum salam. It's my turn to ask questions. Right?
This is going away present.
The tides have turned.
This is going away.
Okay. What is the purpose of a miracle?
It is the purpose of a miracle is to, from what I read, it is to make people believe in the Prophet, as in he's saying the truth. A miracle is something that is unnatural. So I guess cause and effect doesn't apply to a miracle. In that sense, it's just to give someone yaqeen or to prove to someone that this is from Allah.
So do we need miracles?
Depends about what. If you want to talk about the principles of religion, then no. So for an intellectual person, you don't need a miracle. Maybe for someone who's not intellectual and...
But it applies to the usul ad-din, yeah?
Okay.
It applies to the principles of religion.
Yeah.
Right? The Prophet came, introduced...
I guess it'll increase your yaqeen, but you don't need miracles to, to ponder about the religion. Like he said in Surah Al-Imran, verse 190, Inna fi khalqi samawati wal ardi.
This is a discussion on semantics.
Okay.
But I need you to be very clear. Why do we need miracles? Oh, sorry, what purpose does a miracle serve? Does it validate the words of the Prophet? Is that what a miracle does?
I guess at that time people were asking for miracles, so the miracles came, and yeah, it'll validate the words of the Prophet. Yeah.
Well, as you said, logic and common sense.
So the Prophet is there for everyone, right? There's some people that need a miracle. There's some people that need logic. So
it can't be the case where the miracle has to or serves as a validation to the Prophet's words, and then at the same time for other people it doesn't serve as a validation. Yeah?
Okay.
So what purpose does a miracle serve? Again, it's semantics. It's the way you rephrase and use which words you use gives the right answer, really. And you're right. You made a statement.
So what I read on this was miracles prove prophets were sent by Allah to authenticate their claim.
Is that true though?
That's what it said in Al-Mizan.
Okay, look, 2022. Do I need the Prophet's miracle to show that the Prophet's message is true?
Well, the Quran is a miracle, right? Until this day and age. So in that sense...
We'll come to that in a bit.
Okay.
A miracle adds weight to the Prophet's message. Not for the intellects.
Yeah, exactly.
For the, lack of a better word, for the dumb people in society. Yeah? That's what the miracle was there for, to convince them, because simple words were not able to convince them. Ahsad. All right. There was a point in your presentation where you spoke about nazzalna. Yeah? There's a very strong correlation. You did answer it in your presentation, but I want you to come from a different perspective now, from a different side altogether. There is a strong relationship between the Quran being revealed over a period of 23 years and it being considered as a miracle.
So
what is the link between the two?
I think I touched upon this.
You did, but I want you to come from a different
angle.
Different angle.
So what I said before about the Prophet, the message being consistent over 23 years, you want a different
How is it
angle?
consistent? Just to
So like apart from abrogated verses, there's something on that.
Leave that.
It's like the message has been the same, right? The message of Tawheed has stories of the past.
A bit more than that.
The laws are the same. They're built upon the.
There's nothing to do with. It's nothing. By the way, it's nothing to do with the consistency in terms of the content. It's to do with
the rhythm.
The style of it.
What do you mean, the beauty of like recitation?
The beauty of its recitation.
Or the poetry?
The poetic form. Like you mentioned, look, 20 years ago I was a different person. 20 years later I'm a different person. 20 years later I'll be a completely different person. And in the course of 60 or 40 years, whatever, my style changes, wisdom increases, maturity comes in. But with regards to the Quran, you find that the last verse is just as rhythmic as the first verse.
Yeah.
Beyond that, now I'm just trying to expand on this idea. The Quran is seen as a miracle. You said this yourself. You said Surah Al-Kawthar, smallest surah in the Holy Quran.
Yeah.
Why is it that for 1400 years later, Arabs have not been able to produce a simple surah, 3-line surah, like Surah Al-Kawthar? What makes it a miracle?
What makes it a miracle for me is that it is not just putting beautiful words together to make something sound nice. It has haqq, it has reality in it. There's a direction. The Quran has direction. It's giving you principles. It's taking you deeper. It's not just poetry.
So a lot of people will disagree with you on that.
Okay.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah? It's a bit more than that.
In the sense that for someone who doesn't understand Arabic or speak Arabic, when I hear Abdul Basit, for example, it sounds really beautiful. I don't know, what he's saying, and there's no music needed, there's no instruments needed. So Quran is the only. Well, I've not heard other things, but for me, the Quran is the only thing that sounds so beautiful without anything else needed. And someone like Abdul Basit will recite maybe a happy verse or maybe a sad verse, but it hits the heart.
Now that is one side of the answer. The other side of the answer is, look, when you look at Surah Al-Kawthar, Inna a'taynak al-Kawthar. Allah is talking about Kawthar. فَصَلِّ لِرَبِّكَ وَانْحَرْ. Then he jumps and he talks about salah. Then he talks about slaughtering a camel and distributing its meat. So what's the relationship between Kawthar and salah and distribution of meat? You see, Allah has this ability, this magnificent ability to talk about so many different subjects in just a handful of verses. And when it's recited, you wouldn't even think that Allah is talking about like 10 different subjects in a surah like Surah Al-Yasin. Surah Al-Yasin, by the way, is 700 words. 700 words is literally an essay. When you write an essay in university, you have to make sure there's an introduction, a body, a conclusion. And you're supposed to talk about one point before moving on to another. Allah doesn't do that. Allah talks about one verse, He talks about Akhirah, the other verse is talking about the companions of Nabi Isa alayhi salam. So where did you jump from there to there? Yet as a non-Arab, you wouldn't even recognize that there's a difference of subjects being spoken of. That's what makes the Quran miraculous. Now going back, final question, going back to this idea. The Quran was revealed over 23 years. Why was the Quran not revealed in one go?
I guess it was revealed case by case. So when certain incidents happened,
Why?
it just have more weight, right? Let's say something happened to the Prophet, then a ayah was revealed to give him strength, maybe, or to give a warning to the people. So it's case by case, right? It has more weight. It comes down for a reason at a certain time.
But why does it give it more weight? What is the Quran trying to do?
Because it's trying to change that society, right?
The
Trying to reform that society.
Facilitating a change in that society.
So, for example, when it stopped drinking, it came at a certain time, so it had to come at that time.
Brilliant, spot on. So if the Quran was to be revealed in one go, what would have happened?
It'd just be confusing.
People would have rejected it. People would have turned around and walked away.
Be too much.
The Quran introduced certain laws, certain ideas. Slowly, it created a change. This is the miraculous nature of the Quran. It's transformative.
Yeah.
It transformed an entire society from what it was, which was
ignorance, jahiliyyah.
Ignorance, jahiliyyah, no program, no system. And through the revelation of the Quran, in the end, what happened?
They accepted Islam. They left their ignorance behind. They were civilized.
500 years later, the Arab world is considered to be the leading. The leaders in academia. There was a whole century, actually more than that. A few centuries where academia, Arabic was the language of academia. Today it's English, but it used to be Arabic before, right? And all of that was because the Quran facilitated that change from what it was to what it became. Now, having said this, what points can be applicable in your life today from this verse?
From this verse, I guess having faith in the fact that the Quran is a miracle. And if it is a miracle, just even listening to it or reciting it can spiritually have an impact on me. So taking that on board.
Exactly.
Yeah. From this ayah, generally from the Quran, it would be like, for example, in my workplace, the Prophet was sent as a mercy to mankind. So for example, at work, we do like charitable stuff and stuff. So generally from the Quran, that would be another aspect.
Ahsant. Jazakumullah, Sheikh.
Ahsan, no, thank you so
much.
Thank you, Sheikh. May Allah bless you both.
And you too.
Thank you.
Inspiration, you and the other lady, I think you are inspiration for the young ones. You stepped up, prepared, you participated. I think definitely you are role models.
Thank you.
Send everybody
Amerika raftan futbolun yok.
صلوات على محمد وآل محمد. So, dear respected, absolute amazing judges and ulama, Sheikh Nouro, Sheikh Anwar, from the same Bun, Noor, mashallah, Noor al Noor, mashallah. Alhamdulillah. We have to, it is the topic, so we have to do in that way, inshallah. I just was asked to say a few words, very few. In the beginning, Sabiquna Sabiqun, Ulaikal Qarabun. But now, those who are here at the end must have the most sabr to say. But actually, it means those who have the love for the Quran, mashallah. And what I was absolutely astonished, I'll give you an anecdote. Today, I was going to leave late because I made a confusion that maybe the timing for tomorrow is different. But I really believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chooses time for people and say that which place you should be at what time and so forth. And indeed, I will say very clearly from when I entered and I saw young Sayyid speaking, then I saw Sheikh's son speaking, and I saw sister, I heard, and also my brother who spoke just now. What occurred to me was that people, indeed, the Quran speaks to people in different ways depending on where they are. It is also a miracle per se that it speaks to people exactly where they need it in life, and as a community, inshallah, this is the part. Tomorrow, inshallah, we will have the award ceremony, and I would say that when we celebrate someone, we should not only think that did I win or not, did we as a community go forward? So I say everyone who is watching online or here, please come tomorrow where we celebrate, where we go towards the Holy Quran, inshallah. I know that when it comes to sitting on this table, you can see the notes which are taken, very daqiq, which means that there is a fairness element. As may Allah bless you, really, really nice, alhamdulillah. On behalf of World Federation is one thing, that this year is the year of the Holy Quran. So Leicester Jamaat going and creating an amazing Tarteel competition is an honor for our community, inshallah. And you will see that this competition will be such that when you put fruits in like this, it pays off for many decades, inshallah. I have not much more to say. Tomorrow I'll give another majlis, inshallah. But may Allah bless you. And I would like that we maybe finish with a dua, inshallah. Yeah, please. Tafadhal. Bismillah. No, not me, Sheikh. Okay, so let us take one dua which some people say that in the time when you are far away from the Holy Imam, there is a particular dua which actually says that how the Imam entrusts people. And this was to Zurara when going to Kufa. And that one is an interesting part because actually the representation part and how to be close can be far away, but you can still be close. So let us hold our hands up. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma arifni nafsak fa innaka in lam tu'arifni nafsak lam a'rif nabiyyak. اللهم عرفني رسولك فإنك إن لم تعرفني رسولك لم أعرف حجتك اللهم عرفني حجتك فإنك إن لم تعرفني حجتك ذللت عن ديني صلى الله على محمد وآل بيت الطيبين الطاهرين.